Cool. I'm gonna start recording now.
All right.
Hey everyone, I'm joined today with Mist Sonata. How you doing?
The long-awaited sequel.
Indeed, indeed.
The one we've all been waiting for, I assume.
Perhaps. Though, I guess we did technically talk with when Raymond came on. Remember with his documentary? So we did
Oh,
talk
yeah.
relatively recently.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I was part of that SPJ Airplay watch-along.
Yeah, for the documentary.
Yeah.
So, how you been?
I'm doing okay. Uh, it's still pretty warm over here. Not liking that. But otherwise, I'm doing pretty good.
That's great.
How are you doing?
I'm a little bit concerned for the future of the country. I know I told you that off air too, but
Oh, yeah.
I guess I'm doing okay personally. No issues, so that's good.
Yes. I want off the US's wild ride. Mr. Bones' wild ride, I guess.
Yeah.
We could
Well,
call it Mr.
there's that meme, the ride never ends. So,
No, it does not. The ride never has,
well,
even when you think it does.
unlike um, the first people I've interviewed and uh, whose clips I've already made and transcribed.
Mhm.
You're opposed to Gamergate. I've interviewed other anti-Gamergate people as well, but you have a very
Sure.
different perspective on this than a lot of the people that I've interviewed. And this is a voice follow-up, by the way, for anyone watching. This is not the full Gamergate book interview with Miss Sonata. You're actually doing a text interview. This is just a follow-up on that, and you're still working on the
Sure.
text interview. So,
Yeah, but I'm far enough along that I think we should be able to get through like a part one
well,
before we run out of answers.
yeah, and the text answers will be in the book. So be sure to buy the book whenever hers is in the volume, and all the other ones too, of course.
Yeah.
And yeah, see what
Do
she
you
has to
want
say.
do you want me to just read these answers out loud when you ask them, or?
No, I don't want to go over the text interview at all, actually,
Oh, okay.
because
That's
I
fair.
don't have it yet. Did you send it to me ahead of time?
Yeah,
I know
I
you sent me
did.
a partial, but you said you weren't done on it with it, so I didn't. I was gonna wait.
Yeah, it's the same link. You should be able to
Oh,
just click that link again and it'll
okay.
update.
All right, I may be able to peruse that, but I'm more interested in hearing what you think on the spot too. I guess it's anyone reading the book
Sure.
is just going to be able to hear answers.
Okay. Well, if I'm not reading the things I wrote on paper, I'll just try and go slow so that I don't misspeak.
Okay.
Just say something that I'm not ready to back up.
All right. Well, hey. Well, how did you find out about GamerGate? What's your experience with that?
Um, I was actually it was actually on my radar before it became Gamergate. Uh, I kind of I wasn't part of the 4chan kind of community, but I kind of kept tabs on the stuff that was going on, and like I ran across the original conspiracy videos from that internet aristocrat made, and that's how I learned about it. Did I just you still there?
Well, was I not? Oh, sorry. I guess I wasn't coming through. Maybe I had myself muted.
Oh,
So what did you think
sorry.
of Internet Aristocrats video when you saw it?
Um, I thought it was some bullshit. uh, I think the interesting thing about those videos is that like I didn't really notice this until later, but he puts a lot of emphasis on the Five Guys things. Like if you listen back, you'll hear him kind of be like, "I do not care that Zoe Quinn fucked Five Guys" or something like that. And there was a lot of there was a lot of emphasis on that really spoke to me in like later watches that I feel like it's kind of telling, especially with the burgers and fries IRC chat leaks.
Well, they weren't. I don't think they were leaks, right? Because the logs were always public, I believe, or for much of
Or
its
well,
history.
I mean, yeah, quote unquote leaks. Yeah.
So, do you feel like Internet Aristocrat in this video was being disingenuous when he said he didn't really care?
Um, I don't know. I'm not a mind reader, to be honest, but I feel like the goal was to emphasize the idea that she slept around. That would be my guess.
Okay. So, and then you also talked about. Did you read the Zoe post at all, or no?
I tried reading some of it. I tried, like, and this was ages ago, so I've forgotten just about everything in there. But there was a lot of. I remember there was like a lot of snarky jokes, stuff like that. But no, I don't remember anything specific from it.
Okay. Do you have like a general perception of the Zoe Quinn and Aaron Joni situation? If not from the post itself, then from like subsequent things you've read or seen.
Um, I know that I don't like either of those people. I do not care for them. I'm not a fan.
Why don't
Uh,
Why don't you like them?
well, just for Zoe, and I know they go by they them pronouns now, but also they don't uh really, like they've said, they don't really care about um they're not too concerned with the pronoun stuff. So I will try to correct my pronouns, but um for Zoe, I think it's just like they were kind of involved in a few shady things, like a Kickstarter that like took the money and like didn't deliver anything. There was that um the Tingleverse game, the
Yes.
FMV game they were working on, and it's just like we haven't seen nothing from it. So I don't know. I hope eventually those things come out, but it is starting to look like she took the money and ran. I don't know. I also I don't I guess just that and the fact that she's kind of mean. I don't really like mean people. Um just very abusive just to strangers online.
What's the best
It's not my
example you have of
jam.
that?
Oh, I don't know. Um uh God, I couldn't pick a example. This is so, like, it's been so long since I've read anything Zoe has said. And this isn't to say that like her like going after people wasn't in any like there was like no justification for that. Like, she if she wants to be mean, that's kind of her right. I just I just don't like people being mean.
Okay. Now you said you didn't like Aaron too. What didn't you like about him?
I don't like that he participated in this conspiracy stuff. Uh, I don't like that he aired this whole thing out for everyone to see. Uh, it just doesn't jive with me.
Okay. No, I'm probably, well, in theory, interviewing Aaron. He agreed to do a book exclusive interview, but we've had difficulty scheduling it, the recording
Ah,
session.
that's a
And
shame.
yeah, he says he's been really busy lately. So is there anything you think I should ask him?
Um, Gosh, it's been so long since I looked up anything with Aaron, going on with Aaron, that I just don't know what specifically you would ask him,
Okay.
to be honest.
Now, one defense that some people would say, like regarding to Aaron, is that look, he was in a pretty bad relationship, and
Mm.
arguably, you could argue an abusive one. I think I would probably say that even. Um,
Yeah,
and he makes this blog post because he wants to expose this out in the world. And isn't that similar? It's like a Me Too story almost.
sure. Yeah, if he came at this from like a Me Too standpoint, it was like going out there and I don't know. I don't think it would have. I don't think it would have tracked back in the day. There wasn't like I don't even think Me Too was a thing back then.
No, that came later.
Um. But like if the whole thing was just not like it wasn't just him slut shaming her. Uh.
What do you think he did that?
I I think so. I could be wrong, but it certainly seemed like he was in on the slut shaming stuff.
Well, he
I'm pretty
did.
sure he was like
He
a
he came up with the burgers and fries joke. That was his, or I don't know if it was his idea. Maybe a friend told him in real life or something, right? But
no. I
he
know
did
that
use it in
his
the blog post. But he also said
yeah.
too that he said in the burgers and fries IRC chat room that he didn't do it for slut shaming. He says that he did it because he wanted to infidelity shame because he thought that cheating was wrong.
Sure, yeah. Um, and I think I would be supportive if it was just like a Me Too thing and not like let's try and ruin everything that Zoe Quinn touches kind of thing. Just kind of like a hey, she did this and like that's bad. I don't know. Um, I guess I don't like. I don't know. I don't really. I think I've got like a thing where where I kind of dismiss sort of like relationship spats in general because like I know there was like a divorce thing going on with some YouTuber back in the day, and I was just like I don't care. Like you don't like this person and you divorced him and like what's the wrong doing here? I don't care. I don't know.
Okay. Now, do you think it? What do you think of the burgers and fries IRC chat room?
I've read some pretty horrible things that have been said there. I haven't sat down and read the whole thing, obviously, but did try to get like the context of the more horrible stuff, and like at best is like poor. Like it could have been a joke, but I I don't think there's really a way to differentiate that. Not without like not without like the person saying it. Like, oh, sorry, this is a joke I was making. You know, like people talking about like, man, we would try and get her to unalive herself and all that stuff.
Yeah, there were users in that chat room who said it. I believe at least one or two people did indeed say that. Um,
Mhm.
and I don't endorse that kind of rhetoric. I don't think that kind of rhetoric is
Obviously,
is good or productive.
I don't think you would, to be
Yeah.
honest.
But do you?
Yeah.
No, this was also a chat room at the time that I think it had between like 1 and 200 like people. I don't know the exact number, but like that's what Dydrin said when I interviewed him. Um, like how would you say that it's fair to blame the users of the chat room as a whole, or the moderators for their failure to like police that better, or
Uh,
what?
I don't know. I think the main thing for me is that this is how it started out. It started out on 4chan and it started out on this IRC channel, right?
Well,
Uh,
arguably, I mean, it depends on like what you want to put the start date at. Like, it's different people disagree, but
I mean, what would be their basis for disagreement?
well, some people would say that the Zoe post itself was the start. Other people would say that GamerGate itself was the hashtag that started on the 27th of August 2014, and then other people would say like it's the Gamers Are Dead articles. But like, yes, these were like this chat room was a very early event that occurred. I would 100% agree with you there. If you
Yeah, okay, but like the hashtag was coined by Adam Baldwin, who who posted that hashtag with links to the the conspiracy videos from Internet
yes,
Aristocrat.
correct, I agree.
So, so wait, why is there no connection there?
I didn't say there's no connection. I just
Oh,
said
okay.
different people
So,
have
well,
different people have different definitions of like when GamerGate began.
I guess what I'm asking is like what do you think would be the like the person who thinks that it started with the hashtag Adam Baldwin, like what would they say is it like mean like what would they say if you asked them why isn't there a connection, do you
Oh,
think?
I can't speak for them. In fact, I can't. I know that people who I've interviewed have said this. I don't remember who it was exactly. It was like, but
Sure,
but I think that
that's fair.
they would basically say that there's a large number of events that are occurring in the month of August 2014 in the
Mm,
games industry and in games journalism and in this whole clusterfuck that was developing at the time. But that there wasn't really like a unified like movement or anything happening. And so when Adam Baldwin coins the term,
sure.
or some people would say that it even happened after that. Like Adam Baldwin tweets this out, it's like a movement formed overnight, just
Hmm.
because like a hashtag was created. Uh, they would say that like the movement sort of became a thing because of that. Also, different people, some people don't see it as a movement at all. Some people say that it's
Hmm.
literally just a hashtag that people use to share information. Like, I think
Yeah,
like
it's
QQ
an
would probably be more in
autonomous
that.
collective.
I think like QQ. I think, and I hope I'm not misrepresenting him, but I think he would be more in that camp. And I think
Okay.
like Lord Nurgle too also doesn't see it as a movement. Or I think Nurgle disagrees with that framing
Hmm.
of it as a movement. I don't know if like today he does. I don't know if at the time he saw it that way necessarily.
Sure. And like I don't want to say that my characterization is like what I think of uh everyone who participated in Gamergate. Obviously, I don't like the Burgers and Fries channel was like a couple hundred people, and like the wider Gamergate movement was ended up being way larger than that. I think a lot of the more reasonable people came in on over the Gamers Are Dead articles, and were just kind of sick of being trashed on.
So the Burgers and Fries chat room. I know this is a long time ago. If you don't have, I know you mentioned the people who said that she should unalive herself, right? Um, what would you say is like the worst example you saw in there of harassment? Because I've actually not gone through every single message either. I mean, they kept logs for years on this stuff,
Sure,
and there were
yeah.
thousands of messages even and at the time. So
I think the worst one, and like my memory isn't perfect here, obviously. Feel free to correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but I think someone was like bragging about how they posted her nudes somewhere. Like they got her nudes and posted them somewhere, and I think that's pretty shitty.
yeah, I would agree that. Well, so I don't think that that was like private info though. I think because she was an adult model, so they probably just paid the site like $20 or whatever, or how I don't know what her rates were. I don't know what she charged, but um, they probably just paid for them and then
Was she?
shared them. Yeah, she was an adult model. I've actually interviewed her photographer, Cole Nasrallah, who worked with her. Well, she worked with her
I
one time.
see.
She wasn't like her regular photographer, but But you could say that. Look, this is.
It's
She,
it's still pretty skeevy, I'll be
yeah,
honest.
yeah, I would agree. Like if somebody went on my chat room, in my Discord and was like sharing the nudes of Sargon, right? Let's say,
Yeah,
and there's like no like journalistic reason to share this. Like, okay,
yeah.
it's kind of shitty behavior. I would agree.
Like my question would be like if like their their intent was clear, I think. Even though she those were like behind a paywall somewhere. Like there's an intent there to, you know, make her diminish her in the public's eye.
Yeah, I would agree, or at least, well, not necessarily. I can't speak to their intent necessarily. Like it
Sure,
could
yeah,
be
yeah.
that they. It could be. I mean, these were a lot of these people were 4chan users, right? So it could be they wanted to fap to her. I don't know.
Oh,
Um,
I know.
But yeah, and also you could argue that they violated her copyright if she had the copyright to the images by sharing
I
them.
mean, I care a little less about that, but uh yeah, yeah, you could say that too.
Okay. So the burgers and fries stuff, not a fan. You say that's
No.
okay. What would you say was your impression of GamerGate as things sort of continued from here?
So like I feel like I got a beat on like the people who started it, like the original 4chaners, because like they were very concerned about PR, like the in the discussion with the about the finding on capitalists. Like one of the comments was like, "Oh, we're going to be donating to charity," and thumbing our nose at Zoe Quinn at the same time. We're going to be PR untouchable, and or something like that. And it's just like this whole thing was done out of spite. Like not to not to disparage somebody for trying like donating to a charity but for the wrong reason, but like a lot of the concern was over PR and like trying to trying to hide their intentions. It was a very and that's why they started to do the whole you know say it's about ethics and games journalism stuff. And I think like as the hashtag grew, we got people who were actually concerned about ethics and games journalism, but seemed to like not care about ethics outside of like a handful of progressive publications. So I'm a little less sure about their motivations. I don't know why. I don't know why. Well, I guess I do kind of know why Kotaku was targeted, but I'm
But
not sure
why
why
was Kotaku
Polygon.
targeted?
Um, because it was shit.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. But I don't want to cut you off. Polygon you were talking about.
Yeah, Polygon. I like Polygon. I don't know why they'd go after Polygon though,
Well, there
unless
was an
they were
issue
just
there.
focused on progressive outlets.
To be clear, like I don't have a problem with like what Polygon does. I've said this before as well. Like they're, if they want to review or criticize games from a progressive lens, they're
Yeah.
upfront about that, just like Christ Center Gamer is. I think that's totally fine. But I there were two issues that people I think had with Polygon that were brought up too. Like one of which was the Gone Home review by Danielle Rindau. You're familiar with this, or
Hmm. Yeah.
okay? And she
And
didn't.
the other was the Bayonetta 2 review.
Well, that was later, I think, right?
Yeah, that was well, I mean, that was later that year, I think,
Okay.
in October.
But the Gone Home review, Rindau didn't disclose that she was friends with the composer of the soundtrack for the game.
Sure.
And also people criticize, and I don't really care about this personally. I don't think it's a big deal
Actually, what do
necessarily.
we
But
what do we when we say friends? What do we mean? Because
so
like friends
so
can encompass so much.
they referred to her as a friend. Fuck, we can pull up
Uh,
everything if you want, but they referred to her as a friend on a podcast,
okay.
I believe. We can go. I can bring up the actual.
So,
Just give
well,
me a second.
that can mean anything. Anything between like we were childhood friends together, and we grew up, and you know we're like brother and sister, and like we met once, and we were friendly to each other, and we're like, hey, here's my number or something if you want to call. I mean, I'm maybe not even the number thing. Like I've met I've met people and like once or twice, and like if we got along, I'd be like, yeah, they're my friend.
Okay, so here I'll link you this here, and we can go through like the archives and stuff if we need to.
Sure.
But I'll tag you. I'll tag it in the general channel. So here it is. He invited her onto the podcast on his podcast called what was it? Episode 118, A Simple Litter, and Danielle Rindell came on a week before she did the review and says that they were good friends since Irrational and since before she was at Polygon. And it's Idle Thumbs podcast, episode 118, at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, according to this.
Okay, so they spoke over Twitter.
Which I don't care about the Twitter thing in this particular case. I don't think this is.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
don't think
speak to
that
people over.
Yeah, I
Well, I
don't care
used
about
to
that.
speak to people over Twitter all the time.
But then she refers to her as a good friend.
A good friend.
Yeah, that's the language used.
Okay, but we still don't know like the extent of their friendliness.
Only that it went back to Irrational, which I'm assuming was like a convention.
Hmm. So they like met at a convention and like maybe hung out.
Perhaps like it's not really clear. Oh, Irrational Games. I'm sorry. It's actually it's a studio.
Okay, so the evidence of their friendship is they talked on Twitter and
Well,
then met at
I'm
a
not using
convention.
the talked on
Yeah,
Twitter.
yeah, yeah.
I'm using the referred to them as good friends.
Okay.
Which again, this is not like
So
a normal example that I go to, but this was something that was talked about at the time.
what would a disclosure for this review look like then?
I mean, if they do have a friendship, which it seems like supposedly, at least one of them thinks they do. Um, Chris thinks that he's friends with her at least. That
Uh-huh.
they should probably mention that in the article or in your review.
Okay.
You
We
can
met
still
at
do
a.
the review even. I just think you should mention it.
I mean, like a lot of this is all just like you agree that like we shouldn't go into a grocery store and just start eating things, right?
No,
We
you
can
should
both
pay for
agree
it.
on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like if you see somebody eating a grape in the produce aisle, you gonna go to the manager for it?
Probably not.
Somebody went through this person's Twitter feed to catalog all the times they've spoken to each other over Twitter, and it just, I don't know, it feels to me like somebody eating a grape at a supermarket.
I don't
Like,
think it's like a huge deal, but like if you are
yeah,
friends with this person, you probably shouldn't review their game without disclosing that. And you did
Sure.
give it a 10 out of 10. And referring like I think the
I think
primary
I
piece of
think the
evidence isn't the tweets. I think the best
I think the
evidence.
10 out of the 10 is what people really have an issue here. Is that Gone Home got a 10 out of 10 review out
I
of
mean, if she
somebody?
honestly believes it's a 10 out of 10, I don't personally care.
And
That's her
yeah,
opinion, right? She's entitled to it.
yeah. I don't think there's such thing as an objective review. Um, I don't think I would rate Gone Home as 10 out of 10. I played it and I enjoyed it. Um, don't think it's 10 out of 10 material. It's not Shadow of the Colossus,
That's a good game,
you
by the
know?
way.
Oh, I know, it's so good. Um, just as a matter of like this isn't important or anything, but is my podcast moving while I'm talking on your stream?
Is it supposed to? I don't think it is.
Yes. Okay. I changed it to Popcat so that it looks like because like the mouth moves when
No,
I
it's
speak.
static. It's static.
Okay. I think you would have to like have the Discord window active. Anyway,
I do have it
sorry.
active, but I
Oh, okay. Oh,
you
that's
have
weird.
do you have to like it's like a VTuber thing?
Uh, a VTuber thing?
Yeah, the cat.
Um, no. It's an old meme, I think. It's a it's a Photoshop of a cat like opening its mouth really wide and closing it again.
Yeah, I
Anyway,
don't think that this particular like I don't usually talk about this too often, but like I do think that if they were friends and they say on the podcast that they've been good friends since since he worked at Irrational, I guess. And
sure.
I think that they should probably disclose that. But I don't think it's like the end of the world. I don't think that's like, oh my god, this one piece of evidence here is like the
Yeah, and maybe most people feel like it's a death by a thousand cuts, and you might like find examples of this all over the place in game journalism, and that's why we need ethics policies,
well, there
stuff
were
like that. And I think I'd be, open to that.
well, and then when asked about this too,
Hmm.
um, Philip Collar, he's the deputy reviews editor, or he was at the time. He
Hmm.
says that I don't think Danielle guesting on one episode of a podcast of that game that one of the game's developers is also sometimes on is the same thing as quote having ties to the developer. Danielle can respond to herself here, but I think the podcast was even recorded after she had finished the game. I
Sure.
feel confident that didn't have any sort of bearing, which that doesn't address the claim that they were quote good friends unquote that was said in the podcast. So it doesn't look like they took it very seriously or looked into it really. Because like, why
Hmm.
wouldn't he just say, "Hey, look, the podcast host said good friends," or actually, I guess she said good friends. Sorry, she said good friends. Um,
Do you
that
think do you think they knew about that? The whole good friends bit?
I mean, if they listen to the podcast, I guess, right?
Hmm.
Is it even still available? Let's see.
I don't even know.
Probably not. This is from 10, 10 years ago, literally.
Hmm.
Let's see. I mean, might as well check and verify it, right?
Sure.
I'm pulling it up now. Oh wait, you know what? I better do it on my phone. Um, give me 2 seconds. Oh, actually, shoot. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
Actually, we can do it on stream because it's fair use.
Oh, cool.
So the audience should be able to hear it as well.
Weird, just
Make sure this is the oh.
on best wishes or whatever
Yeah,
it
it
is that
doesn't
you
look like
send
the
people.
Popcat GIF is playing.
Good luck on your
Send your
wedding?
best wishes
Darn
to
it.
questions@idlethumbs.net. You probably don't need to do that. Just tweet them to Sean.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Video
So yeah,
games.
welcome Danielle. Danielle
Thank
is
you.
actually a good friend of mine who I met when I was in Boston, and then completely coincidentally
probably-
moved to San Francisco soon after I moved back.
Yeah,
That was a cool thing.
I'm kind of stalking you, Chris. I'm sorry about that, but
The door's over there. You can leave now.
Oh, okay.
No, it's good to have you here.
Thank you. It's really good to be here. I have listened to the show ever since I've known you, Chris. I know you're supposed to address people, but I'm really
That's a
behind.
little radio tip.
Yeah. Well, media radio tip here. We met in Boston back in the olden days. I was at the ACLU. You were at Irrational. It was a long time ago, and now I'm at Polygon, which has only been a few months now, since March, I think. So
Cool.
So you actually play video games, unlike us, who are terrible.
So I played about 45 seconds. You might, if you're watching from the stream, it
Sure.
might be a bit delayed. About 30 seconds delayed.
Yeah. I caught the good friends bit
And they met in Boston, they said.
when they met in Boston. So they met once, and
well,
I guess
they say that they're good
they-
friends, and they met at least once in Boston, right?
Uh-huh.
You don't think that... And it's Chris who says that they're good friends, not Danielle herself. I should
Sure.
clarify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
You don't think
Well,
that if
like-
someone's good friends with somebody, though, that they should disclose that? If they're going to review their game?
But like, what would be the implication though?
Well, that you have a
If
conflict of interest.
if you like even just meeting somebody and having a positive experience with them is enough.
I mean, do you think that that's like a fair framing of good friends?
I mean that like a lot of people say stuff like that. Like they meet somebody that at a place, they talk a little on Twitter, and they're good friends.
Okay. I mean, like if that's the case, they only met one time and they were like on friendly terms and wouldn't consider themselves friends.
Sure.
And they just kind of like slip of the tongue said, "Hey, look, we're good friends." Couldn't you just say like?
I don't know. I
couldn't
think
you
I
come
have.
out- Did you just?
I
Come
think
out and
I have
say
a
that?
different idea of just like what friends are, and I guess maybe if it might be reasonable if like the credits are, if there's not a lot of people on the credits, but like, are you going to expect like for a AAA game where credits run for like minutes and minutes on end, are you going to go through all the credits and
not
look at everyone who worked on the game and just to see if you've got somebody on there who like you know online?
Well, if that's the case, I mean, she could just come out and clarify, right?
I mean,
If she could be like, "Hey, look, I didn't even know Chris was on this game," or "Hey, look, Chris and I, he used the word friends. Maybe played a little bit fast and loose. I like the guy. We're on good terms, but I wouldn't call us friends. We met like once in Boston. That was it." Right? If that's the case, right? Could she just come out and say that?
I mean, yeah, she could, but like, it doesn't sound like she considered him enough of a friend that like as close of a friend that she'd like have a vested interest in the success of his game, right?
I mean, I don't know. She gave it a 10 out of 10.
I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. Would like, for me, like, journalist collusion is like, someone giving glowing reviews to a product for a company that they have stock in and stuff like that. Like that would be egregious to me.
Well, I'll let you get the final word on the Danielle Rindow thing because I don't want to get
Sure,
too hung up on
sure.
this. So
No worries.
I want to ask you about the Nathan Grayson conflict of interest then.
Nathan.
But before we do that, I'll give you the final word on Danielle Rindow. Just you can on this particular
Oh,
conflict
sure,
of
sure,
interest,
sure.
why you don't think it's that big of a deal or even an issue at all.
if they are the big thing here is that I don't know the extent of their friendship. We don't know how good friends they are. And yeah, they said they're good friends, but like I say that to people I've only really spoken to online with, right? So I don't know. I feel like I feel like if the who was it that that came out and was like there's nothing to there's no problem here. It was the editor or something.
It was the review editor.
Yeah, if the editor looks into it, and I don't know if they actually looked into it very well. If they looked into it and was like, yeah, this is fine, then I don't have a problem with it. If they looked into it and was like, no, this is bad. You should have disclosed that. I would be fine with that too. But like, I'm not the one who has to look into it and and make that decision. You know, I don't have access to this reviewer. I can't talk to them and ask them questions about how much they like how involved they are with this person. It's just I don't know. I feel like if for something this small, it would have to be more of a pattern to to really be of any concern, right? Like if it's just this one that we know about, but if they have a pattern of like giving ridiculously high reviews to games that this person has worked on, then I'd be like, yeah, this is kind of getting suspicious. Maybe don't do that. You know?
Okay. What do you think of the Nathan Grayson Zoe Quinn?
I think most of them, like, from what I understand, uh, like all of Nathan Grayson's articles that involved Zoe Quinn, he didn't write a review of any of Quinn's games. They took place before the stated start time of their relationship, if I'm remembering correctly.
That's kind of like we don't really know for sure. That's what
Sure.
Stephen Totillo says.
Hmm.
But if you look on Twitter, it was the day after, I believe. I can pull up the day after. He wrote not a review, but it was his article where he listed her game and promoted it from the Steam Greenlight. From the
Sure.
Steam Greenlight.
The
When he wrote Admission Quest.
her depression quest screenshot
Yeah, and
was like the thumbnail for the story.
yeah, and he also called it Admission Quest, and
Admission
and
quest.
yeah, and he also said that it's a powerful twine darling and a standout.
Amazing.
Yeah, but he like it was the day after, or it might have been 2 days after. I can try and find the exact tweet
Yeah.
here. But he said that he
And
burned down the gaming industry for her.
yeah, I was just about to bring that up. I saw that in your book, the tweet about burning down the game industry for her, and I looked it up. And it was in response to uh her posting about Phil Fish getting chased out of the gaming industry and wondering if she was going to be next, right?
Oh, we can pull up the exact context, but I don't think it really matters. I don't think he should be saying stuff like this if we're going to be writing
I
articles promoting her work.
Okay, but like what is the accusation here? What is what are we saying is their relationship here?
Well, I don't know,
Because
right? Because we don't. Were they dating or just close friends? Right. Either way, it's
right,
inappropriate.
right. But like, if like, say if um I like Nobuo Uematsu as a composer. Big Final Fantasy fan, have been since I was a little kid. Uh, I admire him a great deal, right? And I would say something like that about him, despite never meeting him, despite not knowing anything about his personal life, despite never interacting with him on Twitter or any other uh, social media. Like I would say something like that about him. Like if he was wondering about uh whether or not he was going to get chased out of the industry, I would be apoplectic. I would burn this whole place down. That sort of thing. The way he writes this, it speaks to me as someone expressing admiration for somebody.
Well,
Um,
they weren't just like he's not like just like a professional who just like wow I really admire this person, right? I mean they'd known each other, right,
sure,
since at least I think it was 2012, and then he says he's going to burn down the games industry right after he writes his article, which is a little bit like weird, I would say. And they host from the book too, from the first book I did. Um,
sure,
he also actually I didn't include all the evidence in here. There was one piece of evidence I think I missed, but
sure.
um, they also hosted a room party together at GDC.
They were in a hotel room with each other
Well, I mean they're
at some
allowed to
point.
do that, right? But yeah, they were indeed at GDC. But again, I'm not
Dude,
saying that they slept together
I would hate to
necessarily.
be a
I'm just saying
game
that they
journalist because
they also
I would have to like write down, like if I go into a room, I have to look around. Okay, okay, let me see. I'm in a room hanging out with this person and this person, and I've got to put them on the list. And
oh
every
they
time I write about video games, I got to make sure that no one on this damn list is working on any of the games I'm covering, or else I'm gonna get doxxed.
I mean, I don't think any of this is docs, right? This is all just public tweets
No,
that he made.
I'm just sorry. I'm being hyperbolic, uh, just for effect.
He's having
But
fantastic chats with her, right?
yeah,
In 2012,
sure,
like 2 years
sure.
before he writes his article and says he's going to burn down the games industry for her.
Hmm.
And so he is in this hotel room party with her. If so, I'll link you this too. Sorry, I'll link you all this.
Sure.
Now they privated the video. You might be able to find the full thing on the Wayback Machine. But if you look at the thumbnail, she's in the thumbnail. So is he for the room party.
Hmm. Yes, I can see very clearly they are in the same room together.
Yeah. Which again, they're allowed to host parties together, but you should probably disclose this. He's also mentioned in the credits of the game too.
Oh, is he mentioned in the credits?
He is, yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, I think he should have. I think he should have mentioned that.
Oh,
I
actually, I
think
did
that should
include the
have
other
been
evidence.
disclosed.
Yeah, he is in the so Nathan Grayson. So I'll link
I
this
didn't
to you
know
as
that
well.
though. That's interesting. What is he in the credits for? Just like special thanks?
Special thanks, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if he actually like, did anything, or maybe he gave her advice or something like, "Hey, you could tweak this, change that." I don't know, or maybe it was just like, "Hey, you're my friend. I care about you. I want to throw you in here because you've been emotionally supportive." I don't know. It could be anything.
Sure. A special thanks for putting my game on the header of the article about a bunch of
maybe, right?
Steam Greenlight games.
Well, he was in the credits before he reviewed it, or before he wrote the article, right? So
Sure.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm just
yeah.
being.
But there's also the Kickstarter too. There's this here where it's mentioned the dates on this is going to be important because this actually was in the first book too. So
Mhm.
in this Kickstarter for game loading Rise of the Indies, which is, what was it, a film? Yeah, a feature documentary about indie developers.
Hmm.
It says, after Toronto, we headed to San Francisco where we further filmed Depression Quest developers Zoe Quinn and Nathan Grayson as they workshopped their next game. While in San Francisco,
Oh,
we also interviewed games veteran Don Dagalow. That's not really relevant. So it
wait,
looks like
what
they
game
were
is this?
working on a game together. It never came
Not
out, whatever it
Depression
was.
Quest.
No,
Okay.
this is from July 20th, 2014. So this was after his second article, but before the third, I believe. But let me
Okay.
confirm that.
I think he should have disclosed that he was in the special thanks of Depression Quest. I think that's fair.
So actually, technically,
If this game came out and he worked on the game with her, he should have and he wrote something about it. He should also disclose that too, I think.
okay. So them working on this unnamed indie game together, that's
Hmm.
after that's after both his second and third articles. In the first article, there's no conflict
Sure.
of interest there, to my knowledge. So like we can forget the first article. That's before they
Sure.
really met or anything, or they've just met. But so okay, so this I would not say that the Kickstarter evidence of them working on a game together is necessarily indicative, because the game that they're working on together is after this announcement about them working on a game together is after his articles. But at the same
Hmm.
time, why did they say their next game as if like they had a previous one, but like they don't say what it was. If so,
Are you saying that Nathan Grayson had more than like a more prominent role in Depression Quest?
no, I don't think the evidence shows that. I think
Yeah, I don't think the evidence shows
yeah.
that either.
I
I
would
don't
just
know.
I don't know why they worded it that way though. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't know why they would word it that way if it wasn't like public knowledge that uh they both worked on Depression Quest. So
Well, if he's in the credits,
I
but
would
only as a
I would
special
chalk
thanks
this
though.
up to them. I would chalk this up to like them making a mistake,
Okay. I mean,
thinking
it
that
could
they've
be
got the
right.
next game.
It could be that
Yeah,
they just the word next, right? Maybe yeah.
yeah.
That could be a documentary
I
error.
think I think at best this would be um this would be a good reason to look for more conclusive evidence, right?
Uh, for him actually having worked on it, yeah, I would agree 1,000%.
Yeah,
I would say that it's a little bit weird, but I wouldn't say like, oh my god, this is 100% proof. I would just say that it's
right.
a strange framing, and if you want to look into it further, or just like presumably right, best case, like you could just be like, hey, look, it says next game, Nathan, Zoe,
Mhm.
did you guys work on something prior? And like ideally they would just tell you the truth, right? Um,
Sure. Well, I mean, like they were cheating behind Aaron's back, right? So
yeah, it wasn't an open
it's
relationship,
not
so.
like he was it's not like he was he was super gung ho about advertising that fact to the rest of the world.
True, that is true. So, okay, so you'd think that there's like an actual legitimate problem here, probably with his second article, the one that promotes her game.
Um, ye- yeah, but also, who fucking cares? It's like a notification. Like these are the like he doesn't even really write anything, does he? In that article,
He calls it a
like there's no
powerful flying
actual.
darling.
Oh, okay,
We can link you the article
that's fair.
soon. We can go pull it up on screen.
No, I think I'm pretty sure I've seen it. Well, and you know what? Just for posterity, let's link it.
All right,
I want
all
to
right.
see it again. We're airing out all the collusion.
We are. All right. Yeah, it's a relatively short article. He only gives about a 1 paragraph
Hmm.
thing here. But he says, anyway, standouts: powerful Twine Darling Depression Quest, surrealist thief usurper Tangiers, and side-scrolling epic Treasure Adventure World. And then he uses Admission Quest in the title, puts it in the subtitle as well, Depression Quest, uses a screenshot from her game, and then even has a little button here, which I don't. That button might have came
Wait,
later. That
is
button
it
came later.
admission? Is it admission quest because all these games are getting admitted into
Yeah.
Greenlight? Okay.
Yeah, though
I thought it was like
admission
literal.
quest could be admission quest as in like I think it's a play on the word depression quest, a play on the name.
Yeah,
That's how I read it at least.
I've got to say this is the most fucking boring screenshot of a video game I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually there's also that follow button where you can follow updates about Depression Quest, but I think that might not have been in the
Whoa.
original. That might have been added later, because this is a different URL. They must have
Sure.
changed URLs at some point. Maybe they changed the way they structure their website. But we could pull up the
Oh,
original
yeah,
and see if it's
could
there
be.
if you want. I know it's super interesting.
I don't
Okay,
know.
so he did tag
do you
it.
think?
He did tag it in here, Depression Quest in the tags, plus Treasure World as well.
Huh?
So that's probably why it
I
shows up
assume
later.
I assume that's why. That's because like RPS covered those games.
Well,
Maybe.
I don't think it's illegitimate to have like tags. Like I have tags on my videos. It's
Yeah.
like a perfectly normal sorting thing. Yeah.
Anyway, standouts: powerful Twine Darling Depression Quest, and
So that's January 8th.
that's not even a paragraph. That's like 5 words.
So, and then let's see the tweet, January. So he wrote the article on January 8th, 2014, and then he said, I
Sure.
hope not. If it is, I will burn down the gaming industry. And that's on January 9th. So the next day,
Sure.
he says he's burned down the gaming industry for her after writing this article.
He would burn down the gaming industry for her if she quit.
If she quit.
I think that's important because I really do think this is just like somebody who really admires her.
Well, he that's certainly true, right? He did indeed admire
Like
her.
at this point, yes, yeah, like maybe even infatuation. I don't know.
Well, so
but like if I'm correct, they weren't involved until later in the year, right?
Well,
Like,
I don't know. I don't know like when exactly they did the deed, right? I just know that at the very
Savvy
least
Rights Books video covered it.
They had like the exact like dates that they had sex.
No, I think it was sourced from like the Zoe post directly. Like,
I don't think
started.
Aaron put the dates that they had sex. I don't think he did.
You think so?
I don't think so because I went through the whole Zoe post.
Well, she got it. She got it from somewhere. I'll have to.
Maybe that information. Well, there's also the owl thing, but I don't.
There's also the what?
The owl. You know the owl story?
Owl story. Oh God, my memory is shot.
Okay. Well,
lay it on me. What is the owl story?
Okay, I don't. It's unverified, so maybe we shouldn't say.
Okay.
Supposedly, sure. There's a big rumor that went around. A bunch of people know it, pro and anti. Or actually, not a bunch. It's actually relatively obscure. But supposedly, there was a video that Quinn had shot, and this is the first time I've ever talked about this in the book, I think.
Breaking news.
But supposedly there's a video that Quinn recorded where it was relating to like the literally who stuff. The people use the phrase like literally who.
Oh, I know. Like that was so funny to me. Just like them pretending that like we literally who.
Well, we can talk about that in a second, but but supposedly Quinn recorded a video of her with somebody, with one of the 5 guys, again, And supposedly in this video, she's. You know what? I can just pull up. I don't have the exact. But the video doesn't exist
Sure.
because people say that they didn't want to share the video because they thought it was private stuff, and it's sort of an urban
Uh-huh.
legend. I didn't talk about this in the book because I don't think it's real. I also don't think it's really all that relevant. But like,
Okay.
yeah. But I can try and get at least the exact quote that she supposedly said. But again,
If
I
that's the
wouldn't run
case,
with
then
this as
why not just send it to me like later over DM,
I don't have
and I
the
can take a look.
video. I don't think it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's real. It could be an
Oh, okay.
entirely made up story, but it's something that a lot of people, well, some people on both sides seem to think is real.
Sure.
At least two
And
people I've talked with, one pro, one anti, seem
is
to
it
think
Zoe and one of the other 5 guys just like talking about owls?
Yeah, basically. But she's making a
Okay.
joke. She's making a joke in reference to the literally who joke.
Hmm. Okay.
Okay.
I
Here
don't
we
know
go.
what that has.
All right.
I don't know what that has
So,
to do with
all
anything.
right.
Though.
So she says, literally who? I'm an owl. Woo hoot hoot or woo hoot owl. That's why the owl. Okay, yeah. Okay. So basically, supposedly she says that, but she's with one of the 5 guys. I don't know if it was Grayson or not. But again, I don't really. This is like super niche gossip. I don't have evidence of this. I wouldn't run with this personally.
Sounds like something I would say when I'm high.
But anyway, maybe that's where they got that date from, the supposed date. I don't know.
Sure.
But at the very least, I don't care if they had sex or not. I just care, like, I think that clearly there's evidence here of a friendship at the very least
Wait,
at this time period.
are you telling me that you do not care that Zoe Quinn had sex with 5 guys?
No, I don't. I don't care if she had sex with. Well, I care if she had sex with Nathan Grayson if there wasn't a friendship there. Like if it was just like a purely transactional exchange,
Sure.
like, hey, give me this. But I don't think that's the case. I think that they were friends, and I think that they hooked up.
Okay,
But I
tell
think the
me.
friendship
Tell you
by
what.
itself is bad.
I will go back to Savvy's
Undisclosed.
video and see if I can look it up.
Oh, it was Savvy Lizer?
Savvy writes books.
Yeah, I know her. I'm
Yeah.
interviewing her, by the way. So you're not going to be the last
Oh,
like,
nice.
GamerGate person. There's going to be Well, she wants me to circle back with her in like 6 months because she says she's busy. She's got that stuff going on with her dog. I'm not sure if you heard.
Oh, I haven't. No.
Her dog got sick, Chewy. So she says
Oh,
that
no.
she's it's a terrible situation. I wish her the best and her dog the best. But I'll be interviewing her once she's back to full-time content creation and stuff.
Okay.
So what did you think of her video?
I liked it. I think it was a very good refresher. It was very fair, I thought.
Okay. Yeah, I liked it too. I think she did a really good job for the most part. I think that there were some things that she didn't mention prior to Gamergate, like the Cole Nasrallah stuff. That wasn't in there at all. With Zoe Quinn and Cole Nasrallah, because Cole Nasrallah has made accusations that Quinn had defamed her character and slandered her, or not, sorry, libeled, I guess, like this was written.
Sure.
Back in the modeling days, back when she was a model, and harmed her character. So she made that claim against Quinn and some other stuff too. I interviewed her,
Okay.
but that wasn't in Savvy's video, and neither was anything that happened like after August, pretty much, I think, or like very. Like, she doesn't really go into like the history of Gamergate too much, just like the build up to it for the most part.
Okay.
I feel like she didn't cover Not Your Shield. She didn't cover like airplay, torrential downpour, anything like that. Zack Attack, anything like that, or the crash override network leaks.
You really like the Zack Attack stuff. You take care to always mention it.
Well, it's on
that
the
really
list.
tickles your.
It's on
that
the
really
list.
tickles you.
Well, I thought it's a good. It's a pretty big thing. I think, right, that you had these people in this group chat trying to harass and dox someone. I think that's quite bad. Now, does that mean that every anti-Gamergate person's a harasser? Like, no, obviously not. I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
But
I wasn't trying to imply that,
oh,
that's nothing, it's nothing burger or anything. Trying to dox someone is very bad.
Yeah, I would agree. So I think pointing out that out is important. I also ask people. I ask
Sure.
everybody about that too. All right, Mel, what do you think of it? Let's just ask.
You want to go straight to Zack Attack?
Well, it's in the text question list, so like
Yeah,
you can give a text answer
that's
too, I
fair.
guess, if you want. But
If we jump around, we're gonna lose our place.
wait, we're
I
actually
think we've already kind of jumping around, aren't we?
well. So maybe I wasn't clear, and like again,
Oh, okay.
so the text. So here's how it's going to be in the book.
Oh, okay.
All of your text answers are going to
Mhm.
be there, and then I'm going to either append this after those, or have it be like a separate
Oh.
section later on in the book. But I think probably, I don't know. What do you think is better, to append it or to have it like in a different volume?
I think you would be more qualified to answer that question.
Append it. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna
Very
append
well.
it. Okay, but yeah, so
Fair enough.
basically everything in the text. So I wouldn't want to talk with you about Zack Attack. I mean, we can if you want, but
Sure.
because it's already going to be in your text answers.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
And like, what are you going to say other than like you disavow? I guess, right?
Yeah. I don't like the people who were trying to dox Mombot. Not good. No bueno. I don't like people who are mean like that. I will say that there's like it kind of speaks to the mindset of some of the people in anti-Gamergate, that they thought, oh, there's no way, this person could actually be a woman. It has to be some schlubby guy in his basement. And I think that's kind of short-sighted to like, I don't know what Gamergate, like the demographics of Gamergate. I think in the what's his name's survey, it was actually like 17% women
I think
in Gamergate.
it was probably lower, to be honest.
Yeah, it's
I
probably
think
like
I think
10
it
to
was like
17%.
yeah, 17 might be on like the high end. I I don't have actually. I could pull it up if you really want me to.
Oh, I've got it in a tab here somewhere.
Oh, okay. You have
I
the
don't
Chris
remember where.
Ferguson and Glasgow survey.
Yeah. I'm not seeing it right at the moment, but it's
But
here somewhere.
let's say like between 10 and 17% or whatever. I think it was like 12
Yeah,
and
it's
17%.
something like that. Yeah. The Gamergate was largely white men.
No, not white men. No, it's
cisgender.
largely male. But no. So actually, let's pull up Chris Ferguson's study.
Oh, sure.
This is the published one. It's not the full data set. So I'm going to link to. If you want the full data set, I do have access to it, or I did a few months ago, so I could pull that up too.
Oh, that'd be
so
cool.
Gamergate was 11% female, according to Glasgow's research. 10.8% actually. 3% trans. 74%.
Oh, I found it.
74% straight.
Mm-hmm.
74% white. And but if you look at, he actually does a breakdown here under demographic details. I will try and find the relevant section and then I'll read it.
10% multiracial.
Okay, all right. Although individuals fitting the constellation of Caucasian male, heterosexual, and non-Hispanic were more common than other categories, only 303 people, 41.8% of the sample, identified as all of these categories, suggesting that this stereotypical association with Gamergate is true only a minority of actual participants. So it's true that it was majority male and majority straight and majority white, but these are all separate things, right? And people answered differently. So only 41% are all three of those things, or 42 if you want to round up, or 42% are all three of those things.
So like, oh, okay. So we're talking about like the cross between
the crosstabs. Yeah.
Okay, I see it. So 74% was white, but like, it sounds like like half of those were also like homosexuals or women.
Yeah. Or I guess they could. Or does he say cis hetero? I think he does. So they could have been trans too, or they could have even been Hispanic. I
Sure.
guess.
Okay. I don't have the head for that kind of math, but that does seem weird. Because there's like it's not enough of the share of the the females are only 10.8%, trans only 3%.
I think that's overrepresented
They'd
though,
almost
actually, right?
they'd almost all have to be in the all the LGBT ones and all the women would have to be all white. There would have to be like almost no black the Asian Pacific Islander ones
What do you mean?
or
Like
multiracial.
3%
Like
are black, and 4% are East Asian.
right.
Right.
But like in order for I don't like I might be reading the math wrong, but in order for like half of that 74.5%, more than half even, to be non-heterosexual and female or trans, like all the female, trans, and non-heterosexuals in this list would have to be all white, basically.
I'm not a data scientist. Where are you getting that from? Just
Yeah.
so we can.
Just like, okay, so like, so like, you say that 74.5% are white, but more than half of those are either female or trans or non-heterosexual, non-cisgender heterosexual,
Well, he says right
right?
here that only. Well, he gives a number, right? He says only 303 are white, non-Hispanic, heterosexual men. Okay, so he doesn't count trans in this particular thing, right? He says
Okay.
he's only counting white, non-Hispanic, heterosexuals, and male. So he's only counting those 4 things. He's not counting the trans part at all.
Okay.
So that's
I
303
guess.
individuals meet that criteria.
Mhm.
And how many was it total? It was like almost 1,000. Oh, wait, it was 725 people.
Okay.
So 303 of the 725.
Okay.
I wouldn't. I mean, I think
mean,
there's plenty of room in there in the rest of the data for like
I'll trust him, but I suppose I can trust that, but it feels weird that there's the 74.5% Caucasians, and like a lot of those Caucasians are minorities. Like it's not even close to being being comparable to the amount of white people who are women, non-heterosexual, and like in like the general population. If you get my meaning,
I don't actually. I am sorry. I'm not trying to be
Okay.
bad faith here.
Yeah.
I don't understand the point you're. So you're saying that basically you're saying that the number is like too high, that almost that it doesn't make sense in your view because the number is too high in your perspective or of the
Yeah,
white people.
like there's a lot of it's like vast majority male, 89.2% male, 97, well, they don't count the trans.
Yeah, they don't
So
count the trans for this.
74.1% heterosexual, 74.5 74.5% white Caucasian, 91% ethnicity, but like half of the whites are non are non are not heterosexual or male.
Well,
I
they're
don't know.
either half of the whites are non-heterosexual, or well, hang on. I,
Maybe I didn't
what he's
understand the
what he's
explanation.
saying. Oh wait, hang on. How many data? Because it says here 827. I think okay. I think some people didn't answer every question though. That's probably why we're getting this different.
Oh, okay.
But I think most of them answered most of them. So, 725 people took it. I think that there were other potential respondents as well. Okay.
This is why I'm not a
But anyway,
statistician.
it's a peer-reviewed paper. I've gone through it
Sure,
before.
yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
I think it's good data.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's cool stuff.
But so what he's saying is that only 40, what was it? 41, I guess we'll round up, right? 42% of the people were all of these: white, heterosexual,
Mhm,
and non-Hispanic, and male.
mhm.
Do you not
Yeah,
think that that's accurate?
I I think there's a way for it to be accurate, but in order for that to be the case, all the women would have to be white, all the non-heterosexuals would have to be white. Like there'd be very I mean there's few black people in this survey to begin with. Only 2.8%. So I don't know. It doesn't really square in my mind. I feel like if it were like a truly random um a truly random selection of the Gamergate crowd, you'd see you wouldn't see all the like non-heterosexuals and all of the women in one in all be white. Like you could have to have
I don't accept that that's the
some of them.
case. Like I don't think that they're like I don't see why all of the women would have to be white. I don't see why that would
Okay.
be the case.
Well,
But
maybe
you can talk to
I'll
Chris
I'll
and
give it
Brad
I'll
and
give it another read off the air and see if it clicks in my mind a little
you
more.
know what? Fuck it. I gotta get better at marketing. We're gonna go ahead and tweet this out at Chris and Brad live, and we're gonna see what they say. We're gonna do it.
Well,
All right.
maybe no.
Yes. 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 All right. So anyway, you don't want to talk about the demographics of GamerGate, do you? You want you?
Not too much. Like a lot of anti-Gamergate people put a lot of stock in like all Gamergaters or just men who want to be sexy and like even if that is true, I don't really care that much. Um, like in my view, anyone can be bigoted. Like back when we were having debates about gay marriage, there was no shortage of gay people who were against gay marriage. That they were on either like either they were like fully against it or they were going on some separate but equal civil unions kind of thing. Um, Even back in the suffragette movement, there were there were women who were anti-suffragette, like a fair amount of them actually. There was like a few political cartoons made by an anti-suffragette woman. I wish I had the link for that. But like,
I don't disagree. There are social
yeah,
conservatives and people who don't believe that women should have rights and stuff. But during the time,
sure,
yeah, sure, 1000%. I don't disagree.
yeah.
Um,
I don't think the demographic is in any way indicative of like whether or not Gamergate is sexist or racist or whateverist.
What do you
You
think
know,
it was?
I don't.
Or do you think it was? I should say.
I'm sure. I don't know the hearts of anyone in GamerGate, and I'm friends with you know, a bunch of GamerGaters, like a small handful of them, and I don't know their hearts, but like it does seem to me that like the vast majority of attention was on being against feminism, uh being against SJWs, and reacting to this push for more inclusion and more uh you know the sort of stuff that they call woke these days, you know what I mean?
I think that most of the people involved with GamerGate were are probably holding negative perception
Hmm.
of like what you would call like a social justice warrior or
Sure.
woke, quote unquote, or and probably like feminism. It probably depends like how you define it, because like I don't
Yeah,
think none of
like
those none of
third
those people,
wave
yeah,
feminism, I think
yeah,
some
none of
people
those.
would.
I don't think like any of the people involved, like maybe you could find like a single digit percent, but like we're like against women voting or like
Sure, yeah,
having
yeah.
workplace protections and equality within the workplace and stuff like that. I don't think
Yeah,
that
I
yeah,
think.
I don't think that was common. But like I think people
Well,
were
I
against
don't
what
know about pay, but and like equal work protections, but because I've seen like I think Shuon Head was the big one who was like, oh, the wage gap is a myth, and all that sort of thing.
well it do you do you want to talk about that?
I mean, we can. Basically, my outlook is this. I feel like if it were like, it doesn't have to like always be equal, right? Like the pay for men and women, like the average pay, like certain jobs are dominated by one gender or the other. But I think the interesting thing for me is that if it is equal, if it is actually equal and it's just a coincidence that women are making less than men, then why isn't it ever the other way around? You know what I'm saying? Like why is it always the women who are getting paid less on average than men? And why are they getting closer steadily over the years, you know?
Well,
It's like
go ahead.
sorry. I lost my train of thought
Okay,
on that
so
one.
again, I've not looked at this shit in decades. Maybe the data's changed.
Sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Maybe the data's changed on this. I don't know. But from my understanding, like most of the wage gap could be because when we say wage gap, what we're saying is that the average man and the average woman have an earnings differential, right?
Sure. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Like
So
not accounting for choice in job or anything like that.
yeah, yeah, and from my understanding that most of the studies that look at this show that when you take into account like various different like lifestyle choices, like the career
Hmm.
path you choose, or one of them too that I think was a factor was overtime and
Mm,
and things like that, and also women tend to drop out of the workforce when they have kids.
right.
And so like this also like I think believe contributes to it as well. So when you like take into account these factors, like there is still like a wage gap, but I believe I don't remember the exact number it was, but I think it was in the single digits percentage.
Right. A lot of the pushback to the idea that women make less, it does cover the sort of like some women like to be housewives and homemakers. They like to stay at home, or they take leave for their jobs. And I think honestly, I think the solution for that is for men to also take leave when they have a child.
Yeah, I
I don't.
agree.
I think we should have paid paternity leave as well, because like the like you want both parents there for the kids' first few like weeks or so. I think it's just important for the dad to be there, you know?
Yeah, I would agree. And also, too, I don't in the United States. I don't think we even have maternity leave. Do we? Like at the federal level,
No,
it's some states might, but I don't
we
think
need
federally
to.
we do. So
I'd like
we
to
don't have
see
it
us
for
fix
anybody,
that too. Yeah,
unless your state happens to
yeah. I'd
have it.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't looked at that kind of thing in a long time.
Yeah, unless
So
did they
I'm
pass
not
a
up
law
to date on.
recently? I don't think they did. I think I would have heard about it. I think they were trying. They were trying to pass a bill, but I don't know if it actually went through. Right now I'm making myself dinner, so I'm not gonna Google it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Also, I wouldn't use Google anyway. Gosh, I don't like Google. I don't actually. I don't. I really don't like Google.
I know. I switched to DuckDuckGo recently.
Me too. I use DuckDuckGo as well.
Hey,
Yeah.
nice. Very cool.
The images search on DuckDuckGo. Well, actually, the reason I don't like Google, a lot of different reasons, I guess. Like one of which is that they're trying to like screw people over with their, with the stuff what they're doing with YouTube. That's why I boycotted Google Chrome. I don't use Google Chrome anymore. I switched
Sure.
because they're trying to screw people over with the ad blocks if you use ad block. And then two, they censor the results. You actually
Really?
yeah. There's a few like Kiwi Farms won't show up on Google, for instance.
Oh, that's a shame. Darn.
Well,
Kiwi
I don't know.
Farm.
I don't know what other stuff they censor too. But if it's lawful content,
Sure.
it should show up in the search result probably.
If,
Unless it's like
if the
virus or
law
something.
literally allows it, it must be okay.
Well, for a Google
Sorry,
search, yes, that's my perception.
I'm being glib.
If I'm searching the internet, I want there to be. I don't want there to be a human hand sticking in and being like, well, I don't agree with what's hosted on this website, and so therefore we're going to not allow it to show up in search results.
What are you talking about? This is Google. There's no human hand here.
Well, presumably they did ban it. Yes, like I don't think it's like the algorithm just decided to ban Kiwi Farms all by itself, right?
Oh, you know what? You might have a point there. Maybe.
Presumably, maybe it's learning by itself. Maybe it's like fully conscious, and it's like maybe it is. I don't know. Could be the
It's
case.
fully aware. Must screw over. No.
Which I'm not like the world's biggest fan of like Kiwi Farms. I'm not a member there or anything, but
Right.
I want uncensored results. And when I found out that they were
Sure.
doing that, I'm like, well, hang on. I don't know what else they're going to be censoring, and I would rather just find out for myself what's on the internet. And so I want to use DuckDuckGo.
Well, you know why they title their threads the way they do, right? It's to maximize search engine optimization, so that like the people that they're like posting all the dirt they've got on show up when you Google their name. So
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that at all. I mean,
it's a
you can look at the
harassment
threads.
tactic.
You can. Wow, is it? I mean, like I don't know. Like
Yeah.
legally, I guess it's not right because they haven't shut down the website criminally.
No, but if especially for trans people, if they get your dead name, they will include it in the thread title and associate it with your legal name and all the online handles that they can get on you.
Yeah, I think that the culture on Kiwi Farms, I think it leans more anti-trans to a high degree.
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, I think
And it's funny because that's actually been a more recent shift.
But
if
again,
you can believe it.
If it's legal, I want it to show up in my search results. Unless it's got like a virus on it or something, right? There's like a safety reason in terms of like your computer's gonna get fucking bricked if you go here. Like then they should block it and the search result. But otherwise,
I mean,
that's my personal view. If you want to use, if you disagree,
I don't think they should be able to use SEO to harass people. To be honest.
So
I would feel better if they didn't get that.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. People can use different web
I mean,
browsers, different
I'm
search
okay with
results
the
domains,
website
search
itself
engines.
existing. I'm okay with it being like accessible to the clear web. But I don't think. Yeah, I'm not cool with the thing they're trying to do on the search results.
Well, hey, so um, do you view GamerGate through this lens of bigotry?
Um, I've used some gamer gators through the lens of bigotry. I try not to look. I try not to use that lens with the people I'm actually friends with who were gamer gators because I don't like to think, less of them. And I don't have any inclination that they'd be, bigoted. Because if they did, I wouldn't be friends with them. So I think there are good people who are gamer gators, but I don't know. I feel like looking at the overall actions, there's got to be more bigoted people in there than not. Like Gamergate would get mad at somebody and just like magic, they'd start to get harassment and like death threats, and their docs would be posted online and all that stuff. And it just seems like
Well, you're referring to Felicia Day in this case.
It's Felicia Day, yeah, sure.
I don't know of any other examples where like, and I don't think GamerGate people were even like mad at her. Because like if you look at like what people were saying on Twitter, I think they were saying like they were disappointed. I don't think they were like angry. Maybe some people were, right? Maybe someone was and they went too far. That's possible.
Sure, but then this thing happened like directly afterwards, and it's like I'm trying they're saying that it's not connected. These are third-party trolls. It's like I don't know, trolls. I think a lot of people misunderstand how trolls really work. Because there are very few trolls out there who literally have no politics and are like equal opportunity offenders. They typically go after people who they have at least some modicum of what's the word I'm looking for? Derision for. They go after people who they think deserve to be messed with, right?
I think it depends. I don't know if it's like always. I don't think it's always political for sure. I remember. Okay,
sure. It's
I was a
like
kid,
maybe
and
not
I
political,
remember
but
I wasn't
if
a
they do
troll, but I
something
was
that's
aware of trolls. And yeah, no, it wasn't like political. Yeah, but also yeah, I think
sure.
that there are a lot of trolls who aren't, especially today. I think this was a.
Mhm.
I think if you go the further back you go on the internet, the less true this was. But I think a lot of the trolls, especially today, they are basically partisan actors
Yeah.
to a high degree. I think they actually are motivated by like a political ideology or belief. I don't think that was
Sure.
as true the further back you go. And there were like you know Pterodax, right?
I'm familiar with the name.
Okay, I interviewed him. He is if you want to call it a third party troll, right? I would call him a third party
Sure.
troll. I think he'd call himself that. Or he'd call himself like a troll in general, not necessarily third party, I guess.
Sure.
But
Sure. Sure.
he's okay with me calling him that, framing it that way. Um, and I don't think he really did have like any sort of agenda. I think he just wanted to fuck with people, and still does
Mhm.
to this day. I don't think
Right.
he was like, oh, I got to get the antis and the pros. He even says in the interview with him that he wasn't like, oh, I got to get this guy and that guy. He's like, I just look at who I can fuck with, and I just go after them, and it's not like a partisan thing.
Right, but I don't think we should confuse that with like picking targets at random. There is some uh there is a thought process leading up to who they choose to target. That, like, first of all, they have to show signs of like reacting in a way that's entertaining. They have to uh that sort of thing.
Yeah, or
Like, sometimes trolls will like put out bait and see who
right,
you know
yes, yeah, he would do
see who
that.
bites, and like pick your targets that way. But like, it's not like at random, even if it is nonpartisan.
What? So the Felicia Day thing, we'll probably never know, most likely,
Mhm.
who doxed her, like, unless like that person or like a friend of theirs or somebody comes forward like 10 years from now or 5 years from now or tomorrow and says like, oh hey, by the way, I was the one who did it, right? So we'll
Mhm.
probably never know who did that. Obviously I disavow it, but I don't
Yeah.
think that the Gamergate people were supportive of that. Like, if you looked at the thread on Kotaku in
Right.
Action, that was
I don't. Yeah. I don't think most of Gamergate supported that either. But I think the people who did it were definitely supportive of Gamergate. If that makes any sense.
I can see why you'd say that, because she said that I don't remember the exact wording, but remember she said that she would cross the street if she saw
Yeah,
somebody
she'd
wearing a
cross the
gamer
street or
T-shirt
some.
or
Yeah.
a video game T-shirt, I guess in general. Um,
Yeah.
and she didn't feel safe around gamers anymore. Um, and I think that that's like a silly reaction to have personally, based on like a
Yeah.
news event, right? Like, if you like, because like Felicia Day is like a beloved geek icon.
I know.
So like, presumably she's met lots of people who,
Hmm.
up until that point, had treated her like really well, and maybe some of them didn't, right?
Sure.
And obviously that should be condemned if they didn't, and they should, depending on how bad their actions were, we can have that conversation.
Sure.
But like, it seems like she had like a very positive impression of gamers, but then like, because she read these like news articles about death threats that Anise Sarkeesian was receiving and Zoe
Mhm.
Quinn or Brianna Wu, right? That she like, oh no, I can't trust gamers anymore. Like, I think that's like a dumb opinion. Like, she's entitled to it, but like, I think it's dumb. Obviously,
I
no one
don't
should
think it's
harass
dumb
her.
at all.
No?
I don't think it's dumb at all. Seeing it like, I don't think the abuse Anita got came from nowhere. Like, I don't agree with a lot of her criticisms. Um, but like, I wouldn't say that like the harassment she got was unrelated to Gamergate.
Well, it happened before Gamergate, right? If you're talking about like the
Sure, yeah,
Kickstarter, yeah.
the kind of people who would eventually make up Gamergate.
Man, well, I don't know
Let's
if that's
say.
fair, but like, so, but man, I don't even know if I don't want to get myself into some trouble here, but
Sure.
I don't know like if the harassment that happened during the Kickstarter thing was like even real. Because Savvy Lizer goes through it in her video. I'm sure you saw it too, right? And she couldn't really find like any like good evidence for this, except for like there were people saying it happened, right?
Hmm.
And there was one thing too where she talked about image harassment, and there was three things, right? There was I guess there's contemporaneous talk of harassment, but not like specific examples, right?
Sure.
And then there's a reference to image-based harassment, which I don't know what that means. Like, if that's like people making memes or like photoshopping images of her like in, I don't know, in a gas chamber or something. I
Oh,
don't
well,
know.
she was a popular subject for a lot of Gamergate art.
Not really. I mean, like, Kukuruyo did do some art with her, and there were some there was I'm trying to think. I know that.
There was that one where Anita Sarkeesian, like, the picture was of Anita Sarkeesian shoveling something over a wall and
Oh
then
yeah, but I don't
getting.
know if that was Gamergate art though. Like, that wasn't like Gamergate branded or had like Vivian James in it. I don't know who like did that.
So here's the thing. I don't know where I would have seen that otherwise.
I know the
know
image.
where,
I know
like,
the
'cause
image.
I
But
was
like tons of
mostly
people. But that was I don't know when that came out either. That might have been well
right.
after. That might have been well
It's
after the
possible.
Kickstarter
It's
and well after
possible
her.
that was. It's possible that was made by somebody who is not GamerGate. I don't know how likely that is. But it was definitely passed around in GamerGate circles.
Yeah, people would share it on Twitter sometimes. I see that for sure.
Yeah.
But also, I don't consider that harassment. Like,
They'd
that's a
also
meme.
call her a professional victim. There was that one picture of her and Zoe Quinn crying
With the
big old
money flying out of her pocket.
tears
I know. That's what I was referencing.
in
I think
front
that
of
was.
In front of the UN, I think it was.
Well, I honestly, that's 100% fair critique too. I think that's all fine. I don't think that's harassment. Like if people did make images of me. I'm not sure if you've seen this guy. We could probably still find it. It's on Kiwi Farms actually.
Oh, cool.
But
it's always nice when someone makes fan art of you, right?
I know, right? So there's actually this image of me that says, fuck, what is it? Netscape. This man is your friend. He fights for freedom. Oh, we gotta find this. Oh, please tell me we can find
those
this.
going around.
Someone made one of me. But it was to mock me, right?
Yeah.
This particular one was. I don't know if we'll be able to find it, but if you search super long and hard, you would be able to find it. But
so if it's any for whatever it's worth, I do remember. I don't know if it was her Patreon or her or like a Facebook page or something, but I do remember like going to look at all the stuff that was posted at Anita. I couldn't possibly find a link for you, but I do remember either it was either the Patreon or somewhere else that had a similar system. I don't know.
anyway, so would you say that somebody saying that Quinn is like a professional victim that's harassment?
I think so. Yeah.
Didn't
I mean,
you say that
well,
she scammed people? Like, what did she use her like clout from the harassment stuff to
professional
scam people?
victim. I think it would be like because like you're disparaging her character and like what is like what when did she claim victim when she actually wasn't a victim,
Oh,
right?
how much time do you have?
Oh dear, that's not a great that's not a great answer.
Well, okay. Well, I believe. Okay, so the Wizard Chan situation.
Sure.
I don't believe that she was a victim there. I think that I don't know if she was harassing herself or if her friends did it or if she just wanted to claim it for clout. But I don't consider. Yeah, I would not. I would say that she faked her harassment there for clout to be a professional victim. Yeah. To promote her game or for whatever reason she wanted to. Maybe she just wanted to fuck around and have fun, right? She was a goon from something awful. I wouldn't. Maybe it was just like a fun thing
Yeah.
for her. So yeah, I would say that. Do you disagree with the Wizard Chan stuff?
I'll be honest. I never looked into the Wizard Chan stuff, so I do not know. I don't know. I guess I don't know why she would specifically lie about Wizard Chan. Like finding her game and like saying that she couldn't know what depression is because she's a woman. or something along those lines. That's what I heard anyway.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Yeah, but I don't. We don't even know who made that post, right? It was an anonymous post, and the board
Sure.
owners claim that that it was brigaded, that it wasn't someone from their board.
Okay. Like it was a different IP address.
That's what they say. Yeah, that's what. And then this is what Hot Wheels says.
Sure.
He says that Glaive told him that, and Glaive was the former admin at the time.
Okay.
And there was never really any evidence that Wizard Chan did harass her. And the Escapist, which ran with the story, along with a few other places, they actually walked back the story. They added a correction, saying that they
Sure.
refused, and none of these places reached out to Wizard Chan to get their side of the story at all.
I mean, who would you reach out to?
The
Like you
webmaster,
like
or you could
the
even just
webmaster.
post. I went to Wizard Chan.
Did the webmaster do the harassment?
Well, if you're gonna say that like members of this website are engaging in harassment, you should probably try to either talk to the webmaster or go there yourself and make a post. I did that. I went there recently, like a few months ago, and I made a
Sure.
post saying, "Hey, look, I wanted to reach out to verify some stuff that happened."
Okay, but what I would want to know is why would Zoe make that up out of the blue? Like, why Wizard Chan specifically?
Why specifically? I don't know, because he probably thought that, hey, look, these people are unsympathetic. Nobody's gonna give a shit if we say this about them. I don't know.
Seems weird to me.
But then
I don't know.
she also lied
I
about.
think.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I got so many more examples. Like,
Yeah, I should put it on the record again that I don't really like Zoe Quinn.
Okay. I think Brianna Wu probably did this as well.
Yeah, I've seen evidence of that. Though I think at one point you said that the guy what was his name? Jan Rinkowski or something. He was an anti-GamerGator.
Who?
I'm trying to remember.
The artist who did some of the artwork, or I don't recognize the name. I'm sorry.
No, there was a troll who. Okay, so Jace Connors was the character he was playing.
Oh, Deagle Nation. I don't
the whole Deagle
think I
Nation
called
thing.
him anti-Gamergate. I don't think I ever called him that. I think he was
I think
a comedian, YouTuber, lolcow.
I think you might have in one of the previous videos.
If
I don't
did,
know, probably like because
if
like
I remember for sure.
If I left like I said something in the live chat about it, and I forgot to @ you, so it didn't it didn't go through. I might have misheard. I don't know.
But I think maybe my guest might have done that too.
Yeah, he was pretending to be the Pro GamerGate, and like he's like, and afterwards, after he got found out, he pivoted to pretending to be an SJW, like he pretended to be converted.
Oh, Seattle for Truth, you mean?
Yeah, huh?
Seattle for Truth. You're talking about
No, we're still talking about the Jace Connors guy.
Oh.
Like when it came out that he was just like a trolling sketch comedian, he tried to pivot to pretending to be an SJW. I think that might have been. Oh, sorry, I don't have the thing up.
I can message you as well.
Yeah, if you could message me, I think the stream is frozen.
There we go. It's like a 30-second delay. But this is. I don't call this harassment, okay?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like a lot of harassment is how you take it.
Yeah.
Like if it like You see this as good-natured ribbing, I
Well,
assume.
to be clear, like, yeah, I do. Though, I don't know if we're gonna get. I don't think we can pull up Kiwi Farms briefly on screen because nothing in this specific thread is harassing, right? So, well,
Sure.
unless if it's harassing me, so I guess it's probably fine.
It's your YouTube channel.
So based, this is male goddess. He's an asshole. A GT
Freedom
revolt
is
guy.
subjective and depending on next
Yeah.
state's
So
current ideologies.
he wanted Kiwi Farms to brigade my Discord server, and he posted this image. Netscape sucked ass. Let's scrape. It didn't really get any traction.
Wonderful.
Nobody cared. But yeah,
Well, you know,
he was trying to get people
they
to
at least
brigade my
tried.
Discord. The GamerGate Discord, the main GG Discord
An
server.
attempt was made.
Yeah. I don't think anyone ever even joined from because like I don't remember it being like I don't remember like tons and tons of well maybe I don't really remember too much from that time period. Maybe they did brigade, but if so, it was such a
Sure.
minor event in my life that I didn't really care. But
Okay.
supposedly they're supposed to not touch the poop anyways, right? Quote unquote.
Yeah. I mean, they say that.
Yeah. But anyway, I don't consider that harassment. Like someone did make this message indeed about me.
Sure.
I don't consider that to be a form of harassment.
Sure. I think at least my view of harassment is that like if somebody is clearly if your interaction with a person is clearly unwanted and they don't want anything to do with you, like following them around in public and trying to have a conversation with them when they don't want to have a conversation with you, I would call that harassment.
Following them in public, like you're not talking about online. Like I tweeted at them. You're talking about like I'm actually harassed, like stalking this person.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Okay.
like
It would
you're in a
depend on like
public
the
place.
context, right? Like it would depend, right? Like
yeah, so say you're out in the park, you're talking to somebody, and somebody's like, "Hey, I couldn't help but over here. Would you mind defending your issue on this?" And you decide, "No, I don't want to talk to you. Please go away." But they won't go away. They decide to hang out. That this is a public place. I have every right to be here, just like you do. So you get up and leave, and they follow you.
I don't know if that's necessarily harassment. I think that that's approaching like stalking territory, depending on the context, right? But also, I don't think this is analogous to Twitter. We're talking about the sea lion meme, really, right? That's what we're really talking about.
Yeah, we are kind of talking about the sea lion meme, but I think it does in some way apply to Twitter. Like the conversations are out in the open. You can see them, just like you can overhear a conversation out in the park. But if and you can chat somebody up, and if they decide, okay, sure, I want to talk to this person, I'm okay with this, then yeah, that's good. It's not harassment. But if the person makes it clear that they do not want to talk to you, that they don't like you, they don't have the time or attention, whatever reason they don't want to talk to you, they don't have to.
Right, they can just use the block button.
Sure.
Yeah.
But then that first person's buddies are like, "Hey, are you my friend said that you said this, and I'd like to talk to you about it." Okay, we'll block them too. And then
yeah,
just
block
like
them too. Exactly.
a whole avalanche of people start coming in, and all of a sudden you're spending half your time on the internet blocking people.
What's the meme? What was it? Tyler the Creator. Haha, nigga, just log out.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby, just log out.
It's like you can get a mob to choose to determine who gets to be on the internet and who doesn't get to be on the internet. You know?
I think if your Twitter notifications are bothering you that much, then you can either log out, continue to block people,
Mhm.
or private your account, or set it so that you like only get mentions in your notifications from people who follow you or something like that. You have plenty of options at your disposal, and like I don't consider it harassment if like multiple people disagree with you on a topic. Um, I recently tweeted out something about Adam Friended. I disagreed with him because he is, I believe, downplaying Donald Trump's attempted insurrection in the United States of America. And so I tweeted about him
Mhm.
and I asked him if he disavowed it. And unfortunately, he did not reply saying he does. He didn't reply to it at all, actually. But
Mhm.
based on other comments he's made, I think it's safe to say that he probably will continue to downplay the topic moving forward, unless he changes his mind, which I hope he does. But
Sure.
I had a lot of notifications from that. I don't consider that to be harassment. Some of those people disagreed with
Mhm.
me quite a bit.
Sure. But I don't think like continuing to, I don't know. It's really weird how the internet is kind of formed, and just like the culture of it. And like if you want to participate on Twitter or some other social media, but you don't want to be harassed, you have to either stop using this thing you wanted to use, or you have to spend a whole bunch of time blocking somebody. And I don't know. I don't think that's right. I think I think I would consider it harassment to especially if this person doesn't want to talk to you,
Well, how do you know they
right?
don't want to talk to you? Unless they block you, right?
Well, that's the thing. Like I think a lot of the Gamergate harassment came from people who saw two others talking, and one was like, I don't want to, I don't care, I don't want to have this discussion right now, but just people keep hounding them.
I personally,
I think
I don't. Go ahead. I'll tell you. Finish your point.
I'm not saying like lock these people up or anything like that. I don't think it's like on the level of where you have to face consequences, but like it's more the thing about like kind of read the room, you know? Like it's more about like having tact than anything.
Maybe the people on Twitter aren't always tactful. I don't know. But I
Yeah.
don't. I feel like I don't know. I feel like this is like a total non-issue. Like, you can tweet at me mean shit. I don't fucking care. Like, no, if you like
Hmm.
send a SWAT team into my house, right? Now I'm really concerned. If you dox me, right, that's concerning. If you are like
Sure.
giving me, if you're calling me or sending me like emails saying, "Hey, I'm gonna kill you," or even just tweeting, "I'm gonna kill you," right? That's obviously way beyond the line. But
Sure,
like,
and
just
I think that's
just polite.
admirable.
Yeah, I don't care about tweets. I don't care like,
I
oh my
think
god, I got an avalanche of people I don't want to talk to. Like, I don't.
here's the thing.
Like, I don't know.
Here's the thing. I think that's admirable. I think it's great that you're not affected by these messages, like any messages, people telling you to kill yourself, or you know, tweeting mean shit
But
at
to be
you.
clear, if they tell me I should kill myself,
Not
that's TOS, right? You should report
That's
that,
true.
and that should be
Yeah,
that
yeah,
should be
yeah.
removed according to the platform.
Yeah. Well, who knows with Elon's Twitter these days? But I think I don't think everybody has that privilege of being able to shut out other people's opinions. That's something that a lot of people have to work at, and some people are just kind of built that way, I guess, or they've been on the internet too long, and they're just desensitized to it. And that's great, but not everyone should have to be able to deal with that. Not everyone can get like an avalanche of mean messages and not have it affect their self-esteem, you know?
Maybe, but I don't think that that's like on the platforms. I think that's on the individual. I think that if you're having like mental problems or you're really
Mhm.
it's affecting your emotional state, you're really upset because you've got 20 mean messages or let's say 200 or 2000 or whatever, right? Ultimately, I think you should just not care. I think that I don't know why you're valuing like these rando people and like what they have to
Mhm.
say. And like if you did really fuck up, and maybe you're getting called out for good reason, I don't know, right? Who could be any number of different things.
So I'm not saying this should be the platform's problem, though. I think platforms do have an obligation to give people the tools to deal with this stuff. But what I'm saying is that not everyone has the is built to weather these things. Even if you get a bunch of messages and you block the accounts that are saying it, a lot of people are affected by that, and I I feel like a lot of there's a section of people online who look at that and are just like, "Oh, that's your fault. That's you're completely at fault there. The mean messages bother you. Oh, boo-hoo. You're so oppressed. You're a fucking baby whiny poopy diaper or whatever." It's just I don't think it's very I don't think it matches up to human nature. We are social creatures. We care about what other people think a lot of the time, whether it's our friends, whether it's loved ones or strangers on the internet. Like, caring about what other people say about you, caring about the esteem they have for you is built into us. You know what I mean?
I guess, but like, I mean, yeah, people we're social creatures. I don't like disagree with this, but like, what do you want to have happen? Like, what should happen? Because like people on the internet are going to receive lots of mean messages and lots of mean comments all the time, especially if you're the larger you get, the more prominent it is. I'm sure every big YouTuber and
Mhm.
every big Twitter person, every big TikToker, I'm sure they all receive lots of mean comments all the time.
Sure.
And like, I don't know, what do you want to have happen here if they're not violating terms of
I
service,
would
if they're not violating the laws? Like,
sure. I would like to try and tamp down on this culture of suck it up or get the fuck out. The whole tweet, the Tyler the Creator tweet about the cyberbullying isn't real. Just turn the computer off. Lol. Uh, this whole attitude that that we can just shut off the internet, that has been just like we don't we're not even really cognizant of how much depends on internet access in our daily lives. A lot of stuff is online. All my friends are online. I moved away from my home state, and uh from everyone I knew, I don't really know anybody here. uh so all my friends, they're on Discord, they're online. If I shut the computer off, that's my safety. That's my that's my support network. That's my support network gone.
no, sure, I completely understand. And if you're like working on the internet, I completely understand too. Like as a content creator, all right, I have to be on the internet to like some extent if I want to make content. Like if that's what I want to do with my life, I'm going to have to uh, go online and do that.
Sure.
And also, sure, people have they're talking to their grandparents who live on the other side of the country on Facebook, and like, yeah, sure,
Sure.
you'll have to be online to some extent probably, or you don't have to be, but a lot of people choose to be because they think it's important to them, or there's other things that they value.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think part of like being on these platforms, for better or worse, right, is that you're going to be exposing yourself to other people on the internet,
Sure.
and some of them are going to like you, some of them are going to dislike you. As long as they're not violating terms of service, and as long as they're not violating the laws of the United States of America, I don't really care what people do for the most part. There's certain behavior that might be like over the line, where it's like not technically TOS and not technically illegal, but I consider it to be like uncouth. And as like a person, I might speak out against that. Like recently, Destiny made some controversial remarks about the assassination attempt on Donald Trump.
You sure
And
did.
I I challenged Destiny to a debate on this because I think he was being uncouth. Now, I don't think he should be banned from Twitter, and I don't think that he
Sure.
should be arrested. But I think that his comments were insensitive and didn't take into account the feelings of the family, or could potentially, right, be read as being turning up the temperature
Sure.
in the country politically. And he probably should try to. I don't know if he should like necessarily try to turn it down, because like as he's pointed out, like
Yeah.
like they won't even. His debate opponents.
The right has not been turning it down.
Yeah. No, right. So it's like well, look, the Civil War would have been averted if only Destiny didn't make this tweet. Like it's like no, I don't think that's the case, right? And hopefully there won't be a Civil War at all. But what do you think of what Destiny said actually?
I don't like making jokes at any or what am I trying to say here? I don't like what he said. I think I agree with you. I think it was uncouth, but also he has a point in that like in that like the right hasn't the right has been like making fun of Nancy Pelosi's husband. They've been, they've been so mean-spirited about issues like this for so long that it's just like somebody coming up to him and being like, "Hey, you can't be mean about the president. He almost got assassinated." It's like it makes you want to be like, "Shut the fuck up."
Now I will say, I will say too, on the Piers Morgan thing, I think he did pretty well. Unfortunately, Piers was biased, but when Piers asked him at the end there, "Do you condemn?" I think he should have said yes. But what he said instead, I'm not sure if you saw that, but what he said instead was not in front of these people, because unfortunately, Dave Rubin and his debate partner, another MAGA person, refused to condemn January 6th. No, really, like they were asked multiple times. Dave Rubin dodged the question completely. He refused to give an answer, and then his debate partner, the woman who was there, I forget her name, but she tried to claim it was a false flag. And so it's like, but Piers only pressed Destiny to condemn. I think Piers should have, if he was like a neutral person, which he's not, what he should have done was push both of them. Like, okay, look, Destiny says you won't condemn this. Is that true? And then if they say, of course I condemn it, then Destiny's the bad guy, right?
Right.
But if you're only going to say only Destiny has to condemn violence, you two, it's fine. I don't care. Like, I don't know. It's crazy. It's fucking nuts. Like, I understand why in that moment he's not like, well, wait a second. Why do I have to condemn and you don't?
Yeah.
It is a double standard. I understand bringing attention to that.
I don't know if I want to open this can of worms, but it's the exact same thing that was happening with the "Do you condemn the actions of Hamas?" It's just like, yes, obviously, but like that doesn't mean we should be sending Israel bombs to kill innocent civilians.
Well, we're gonna
Like,
get way the fuck off topic of Gamergate. Do you want to talk about
yeah,
Israel Palestine? We can. It can be in the book too. I
I
don't
mean,
care.
we can do
Let's be brief though.
if you so
Let's be
desire.
brief, because I don't have like a time limit. We can go as late as you want.
Sure,
But I was leaning towards wrapping it up within the next like half hour or so.
of
But
course, of course.
we could go longer if you need to. It's up to you. If you feel like you have more to say.
Hey, I'm here for as long as you want me here. I cleared the rest of my day.
Oh, okay. Well, well, we could talk about a lot then. Fuck. Okay, well, fuck. Israel Palestine. What do you think? Real quick, it's not
Sure.
Gamergate related. We can dial it back from here after, but
So I don't know. I have mixed feelings about this because I actually served in the Marine Corps during Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. So I was in the Middle East, and it's not the same as Israel and Palestine. They're completely different regions. But I was in Iraq, and just seeing the way that people live there kind of changed my perspective. 'Cause they were living in adobe huts. At least the people on the outskirts of the cities, like they had like a hut made out of like used tires and some kind of adobe or something, and it's just like if I lived here, I'd hate America too. uh so I don't know. Like I have a weird perspective on just like Arab relations in the first place. So, but like the fact that we basically sent the Jews there after World War II, and we're
well, we didn't
like,
send them
hey,
though. I mean, to
well,
be
I mean,
clear,
like
they
we
wanted
as
to go.
in kind of like the international community, sorta like.
Well, I mean, like
all
even that's
the
like
people
not
involved
true,
in it.
right? Because like the British and the Ottomans, I think too, right? They did both like
Was
allow the Jews to immigrate, but then the British put caps on immigration because they thought
Mhm.
that the Jewish population and the Arab population weren't getting along very well.
Sure.
Which probably was true. So, but like they ended up like discouraging Jewish immigration towards like the end of the British Mandate, I believe, right?
Okay,
I
that's
believe.
fair. You,
I'm not an
you
expert.
probably know a bit more about this than I do,
I
but
know because I've
like,
watched a fuck ton of like debates on it and shit. I haven't like done tons of
really?
research.
Oh
Yeah.
wow,
I've watched like
nice.
Destiny's debates and like
Sure,
him do like research
I'm
and stuff on it too. But
I'm
I'm
sure
not an expert at
you'll
all.
correct me if I get anything wrong, but like I feel like like after World War II, like the international community just kind of like because they didn't want to take the Jewish refugees. So they were just kind of like, "Oh, let's put them over here and make it the Palestinians' problem."
Well, the
And
Jews were
they
coming
just
there since the 19th century, and like because of
Mhm.
and later in like they think they started the Aliyah. Well, there were Jews living there before, and then there were
Sure.
also Jews I think who came during during the late like mid to late 19th century, and then
Yeah,
the
but there
numbers
were
increased
Jews
in the
everywhere.
yeah, and the numbers increased during the 20th century, and there was a lot of anti-Semitism, especially like in Europe, as you may have noticed, during the
Sure.
first half of the 20th century. So like more and more of them wanted to go to Israel, and then like
Mhm.
after World War II, like the international community was like sympathetic towards like the Jewish situation because of well like the
Not
Holocaust.
sympathetic enough to take in the refugees, but
Well, like at that point they were like displaced people, I guess, right? But they weren't like
sure.
refugees, like because like the Holocaust had stopped after the war. Um, but the international community like did come up with a plan to partition like Israel and Palestine. Um, and the Jews accepted the plan, but the Arab population, Muslims and some Christians too, Muslims and
Sure.
Christians, they didn't accept the deal, and so they went to war to try, which like they went to war, and so here's like where it's all fucked up, right? Because I think like they both have like understandable like casus belli's, because like it, because like if you're like a Jewish person and you've immigrated to Israel to escape persecution, um, you have, you want to stay in your historic homeland. You've also at this point like started to like put down roots in this territory, so you have like a legitimate claim to the land, and so do the Arabs who also live there as well. They both have legitimate
like
claims.
it wasn't like nobody was fucking living there. As far as I know, but like we're having a situation where like where the Israelis have been just kicking people out of their homes and shuffling them off into this smaller and smaller area, and then they start after October 7th. They just start going ham on innocent civilians, trying to get to these Hamas leaders, and it's just like I'm just looking at this and being like, they're just creating more Hamas fighters. That's all they're doing.
Yeah,
They're creating more people who fucking hate them.
I don't know what is to be done. I do criticize Israel for the West Bank. I think that them building settlements in the West Bank is very deleterious to the peace process, and it's probably like, immoral for them to do this as well. As for like the current war, the Israel-Hamas war, and I obviously Hamas should not have attacked Israel and killed all those people. Most of them civilians. Like that's obviously an immoral action that Hamas did.
Sure.
And I think Israel like has a right to respond to that. Now, like when it comes to like whether or not they're using like disproportionate force or anything like that, I don't fucking know. I haven't followed things especially recently with the war, so I have no idea what the
I
fuck's
think
happening.
I would call it disproportionate.
Well, what's this? I know that this is something that people have brought up, but like, what's like the ratio of like civilian to militant casualties, and like, what is that for Israel, Gaza versus like the Iraq War, Operation Iraqi Freedom or Enduring Freedom, which we were part of, right? Or the number for Ukraine right now, or the number for other like the militant to civilian death ratio. Like, what is that ratio for Israel? I don't know actually. I'm outside right now, but I got a wireless headset. It's amazing.
I personally, I think it's reasonable to expect that they don't kill any civilians, to be honest.
You think it's reasonable to expect that they don't kill any?
Yeah.
Well, on purpose, they like shouldn't, right? Like, they shouldn't like deliberately target civilians, correct? Yes, I agree.
What I'm saying is that I don't think there should be a ratio. There should be no acceptable ratio of innocent civilians to military casualties.
Well, then, like, all wars are illegitimate in your view, right?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. I mean, like, if that's your
Pretty
position
much.
and you're like a full pacifist, like that's fine. Like, you can hold that view as long as you're like morally consistent on it. Like, that's a belief you could hold. Yes. I think that's probably incorrect in my view, but
like not necessarily. Like, I don't know. Not necessarily. If someone's pointing a gun at you, yes, shoot them. Like if you're at war with somebody, yes, fire back and kill their soldiers. You know, make those bastards die for their country. Obviously, I don't think there is any acceptable civilian death. I think if even one civilian will be killed, you should find another option.
Well, ideally, right? Ideally, that would be the case that you
Yeah.
could negotiate with this
I mean,
person
yeah, ideally.
with Hamas in good faith, right? And they would come to some arrangement, and they would all come together and live in harmony.
Right.
But like,
If
they're
only,
not.
if
They're embedded
only,
in the civilian population because
if only we could all agree not to use guerrilla warfare. You know, if only it's a very rosy posy ideology. I know, but like I don't think I could accept. I don't think I would ever feel right about saying that there is an acceptable amount of civilian casualties.
Okay, I guess I just disagree, right? I'm sure that the Ukrainians had accidentally killed some of their civilians in artillery attacks and stuff before. I'm sure they probably have. But I
Yeah.
would like blame Ukraine for like targeting civilians. I don't know if maybe Russia does, right? I don't, but they might actually.
Oh well, look. I feel like it's a skill issue, to be honest. If you can't, sorry, I'm sitting here trying to make jokes about war. I think if you can't avoid killing civilians, like obviously if you've already killed the civilian and it was a mistake, yeah, obviously like that's a tragedy. Like you shouldn't just get away with a slap on the wrist about it, but like we should be doing something to make it so that we're not killing civilians.
I think they
We
should
should
take
be
steps to try to avoid
developing
it.
better techniques.
Well, I maybe Israel can develop better techniques. I don't know. Like, I don't know what. I don't know. I know that they supposedly, right? They make phone calls to buildings and they do knock bombs
Sure.
sometimes and stuff. Supposedly, right? I don't know all the details. I don't know if they always do this or it's a case by case basis or what. But
Yeah, but like I don't think the solution to the problem that war inevitably kills civilians is to just shrug our shoulders and be like, you know what, fuck them kids. You know? I don't think that should be the proper response.
well, I think the
Because that seems
response
to
should
be the
this.
response right now.
I don't think that they're like deliberately targeting children. I mean, there might be like individual IDF soldiers who are doing that, and they should be prosecuted. I'm not sure if like the Israeli system is like good at holding those people accountable necessarily, but like
Sure,
obviously,
I'm not necessarily talking about that. I'm talking about these bombings where they're taking down whole buildings trying to get at one Hamas leader.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's a complicated situation, right?
Sure. I mean, yeah, war is complicated.
Yeah, I do think the idea though that that it's always illegitimate. Like if civilians die, I don't agree with that at all. I think that unless you're a complete pacifist, right? I don't think that that's like a viable thing. Like every war is going to have some degree of civilian casualties, and like in some cases too, like World War II, like we literally bombed Dresden, we bombed Japan quite heavily, and including using nukes. We don't have to talk about the nukes specifically, but even the fire bombings, like we were trying to eliminate the industrial capacity of this foreign power in Germany and Japan. Like, is that illegitimate or not to do this like strategic bombing of cities? Like, I don't know. Like, like I think I don't know what international law says, but I don't think Israel's doing that specifically. Like, they're not trying to eliminate the industrial capacity of Gaza. I don't think, other than like their military capacities, maybe. My assumption would be. Again, I'm not an expert.
I don't know that. I don't know about that. I'm not super well versed in the military actions of the IDF or anything like that. But from what I've seen, they're killing a lot of civilians, and they're intentionally starving them. I know that much. Shutting off food, shutting off water, shutting off aid. They're killing they're killing too many civilians for this to be a legitimate thing. Like I just don't want to be in a world where we look at a civilian death and be like, that's okay. Right?
I mean, it's not okay, right? It's like a bad thing. It's a tragedy that this occurred. But
Well, you aren't like if you're saying it's it's acceptable in legitimate war.
yeah, I would say that, yes.
That is kind of what you're saying, right?
Um, okay,
It's fine.
it's kind of
It's fine if
morally loading it
a
a little
few
bit.
people if it's fine if a few innocents die,
Yeah, I mean, like
right?
essentially, right? Unfortunately, I think, yeah, that is my position. Yes.
Okay. I don't want to live in a world like that.
Well, anything else you want to say about Israel Palestine?
You know what? I think we've mostly just covered it.
Okay.
If
Well,
you'd like to move on.
sure. Anything else about Gamergate you want to talk about?
What was I thinking about earlier? I think there was something I wanted to bring up, but I can't think of it right at this moment.
Well, if we're going to talk about harassment real quick, Anita Sarkeesian
Sure.
at the United Nations, right? She says that harassment's not just the death threats; it's the
Mhm.
it's the messages I get saying you suck and you're a liar. That's what she said at the United
Mhm.
Nations, right? I don't consider you suck and you're a liar to be a form of harassment.
You suck and you're a liar. Okay, so I'd like to. Here's the thing: when I try to do criticism, and then I'm not always perfect on this. I try to criticize people's ideas, even if I'm making fun of them a little bit, rather than their like who they are as a person, right? So saying you suck does fit that bill. It's not. It's not super. It's not super harsh. Like it's not like the worst comp or the worst thing you could be called, or it's not the worst insult you could be called. Um, but it's still an insult, right?
Well, you're a liar is more of like an accusation, but like you suck is an
Yeah,
insult. I would say, yeah. But like
you're a
I
liar.
think I think I think saying that you suck, like you might say,
Uh
oh my
huh.
gosh, that's mean. You shouldn't say someone sucks. But like,
Sure.
like, I don't know. I don't care personally. I'm sure
Yeah,
a lot of people think I suck, including people I've interviewed for this
yeah.
project.
If
So,
if someone said that I sucked, it wouldn't really hurt me personally. But like, is that like a specific example she gave, or just like a general
well, she said it
like
was
example that
a general example.
she
I think it wasn't like a specific, like
okay?
this specific user
Because
said I suck.
I feel like she said you suck and you're a liar because anything harsher than that, like she didn't want to like say something truly vile in front of the UN, so she toned it down. That's what I would have done in her situation,
Well, I
to
mean,
be
even
honest.
if someone says like, really, like, oh my god, you suck. You're not even you suck, but you're a fucking terrible person. I hate you. Like,
Hmm.
okay, that's like a quote unquote like mean thing to say,
Yeah,
but I don't
kind of like
care.
when
I wouldn't
Anita
call it harassment.
called Sargon a garbage human,
Right.
right?
I don't think that Anita harassed Sargon.
Hmm.
Well, did she kick him out of
I
the
think it
panel?
was.
If she kicked him out of the panel, you could maybe say it was harassment, I guess, or like not maybe not
Wait,
legally
what?
harassment, but was he kicked out of
Wait,
the panel or no?
calling him a garbage human wasn't harassment,
No, it wasn't. I
but
wouldn't call it harassment.
kicking him out of the panel would have been.
Yeah, I think so. If she did, I don't know if she did or not in that specific case. So because like
I don't.
he's able to go to the convention and like trying to like deprive him of that. Or go to see the panel. I think it's just
Yeah,
if I went to a
he.
convention panel with Anita Sarkeesian there and I didn't harass her and she calls me a
Mhm,
garbage person and hypothetically, and again I don't know if she actually kicked him out or not. If she's like, hey, kick this guy out,
mhm.
And there's not like other reasons for her to do that, right? It's not like, okay, well,
Sure.
this guy sent me death threats 2 days ago, and now he's here at the panel, right? But if it's just that she doesn't like me and like criticized her, like, like yeah, I would consider that to be like wrong. I don't know if it's like harassment, but it's like probably like immoral for you to like give
Sure,
this person.
but I think Sargon's videos were, if I'm remembering correctly, a lot of the talk was about how Anita was a terrible person. She's going to be the downfall of Western civilization. It was a lot. It wasn't death threats, but it was a lot harsher to her character and not quite as much criticism per se. At least that's what I felt.
I don't
So
remember his videos, to be honest.
him going to the panel with his buddies, and having like him and his friends take up the entire front row, I felt like was an intimidation tactic. I think that was provocative.
Provocative, maybe, but like, you know what? At the same time,
I don't think she should have called him a garbage human, but at the same time, it wasn't unprovoked. If that makes sense.
I mean, you could say it's like provocative, but you know what? You know what I would do in that case? And again, I'm not an Enos Sarkeesian, but I would fight him. Yeah, baby, I would. Yeah, if a bunch of my critics lined up and were like at the front row of my panel, and again, critics, not people sending me death threats, right? 1,000%, I'll fight him.
If you want an ass kicking, form a double line right here.
Exactly, baby. Come on, get up on stage. Or like, you know, I'd
okay,
take
but
him
like,
on.
I don't know. I would rather. I don't think it was right for him to try to intimidate her like that, and I don't think everyone should have to deal with that. And just like just for being in the public eye.
Well, I mean, she's putting ideas out in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's fair to critique those.
You should argue against those ideas.
Yeah, I agree.
Sure.
Including in person at a panel, sure.
Right. Do you think that's what he was doing?
I don't know.
Criticizing her ideas
but even criticizing her character, sure. I think that's fine. I think it's fine to criticize someone's character. I think a lot of people, I don't know about a lot of people, but I think some people are indeed of low moral character because of actions that they've taken. And I think that pointing that out or calling that out is also acceptable.
Sure,
and I have
guess.
done that, right? I've done that with many people on both sides of this.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I've done it. I've done it too. I try to be like, this is why my Twitter bio, I think it might still be that way. But my Twitter bio is like, I try to be generous to people and be nice. If I'm not being nice, please remind me to be nice.
Yes, I've seen that. It's cute.
Thank you. But I don't know. I feel like we should all just try to be nicer to each other. Like, and that doesn't mean not being critical of each other's ideas. Obviously, you can attack an idea without attacking the person. Like that's a thing I had to learn. When I was going around, debating like Christianity and atheism and all that sort of stuff back in the day, I had to kind of learn how to target somebody's ideas rather than trying to bruise their ego.
Well, but some people do deserve that. Quote, like so, like Ian
I mean,
Miles
yeah.
Chung,
If it's based,
Mr.
if it's based on like if it's based on like something they've done, sure. But like, couldn't you say the same for like the Gamers Are Dead articles?
I think the Gamers Are Dead articles are free speech. I think that they are allowed to do that if they want to.
Sure.
Well, I think that it's probably, if they did collude, I think it's probably unethical to collude with journalists.
The Game Journal Pros list.
Yeah. Or if whatever, however they colluded with with those specific articles. I don't think that collusion for those articles was specifically in the list, but
So what does collusion look like for you in this case, for as far as the Gamers Are Dead articles go?
if it's like
Like,
if it's like, let's say it's Lee Alexander and like Devin Wilson and multiple other people, or actually Devin Wilson and Lee Alexander both work for the same publication, so that probably would be okay if it's like, hey, look, we're gonna do like a double editorial.
mhm,
But if it's people from across publications being like, hey, I'm gonna write this opinion piece, I want you to write one too.
sure,
Right? I don't think that that's, unless you're like trying to link them all together as like a hey, look, we're going to be very open about this. I'm working with these 5 people with these 5 publications, or 19 publications, right? And or I guess it was 19 articles across multiple publications. Um,
uh-huh,
and it's like, hey, look, I'm going to write this article to condemn this group of people because I think that what they're doing is bad, or because
sure,
I don't like what they're doing, right? And
right,
I want you to do the same thing. That probably isn't like appropriate for them to be doing that. I don't know. I mean, like it probably, because they're trying to do it in this particular case to push a narrative, right? The gamers are
sure.
dead idea.
Is it possible that they are like they were all individually responding? Like, I'm not saying that like they didn't like they couldn't have been like, oh hey, I'm writing an article about that too, or something like that. Like, is it possible that they, because the whole, with the whole conspiracy thing rising up, like there was a lot of like brewing of in the gamer sphere leading up to the coining of Gamergate. And I think, like, in my view, that's what they were responding to, right?
I mean, like it's possible that they all wanted to write these articles, but it was 10 on one day, and then 9 over the next week. But like the 10 on one day, I don't know. That's awfully suspicious. Like it's possible it's all just a coincidence. They all had the same idea at the same time. But also this controversy at this point had been going on for a couple of weeks. Why would
Hmm.
they all write about it at the same time instead of writing about it?
Because that's when it was happening.
Well, it was happening over like a couple week period.
Okay.
So like, why all on the
So
28th?
so they
10 on the
so like
28th of August.
so so like you think that they all coordinated together to get it all on the same day?
I think it's quite likely that some of them coordinated together.
Hmm.
And then maybe some of the other ones too were talking about what other people were talking about on other websites.
Sure. I mean, I could see that, I suppose,
But again, I think that's probably the most likely scenario.
but I wouldn't start a hashtag about it.
Okay. I mean, like, you didn't, right? So
No, no,
now,
I guess not.
speaking of Twitter, Chris Ferguson replied, by the way. So do you want to
I
send him your question?
I see that, but I don't. I've sworn off posting on Twitter, so
What do you? Let me
like
ask
I
it for
can.
you. What? How should I word it? Remember, you have 140 characters.
God, I'd have to. I think I would want to read the study more fully to get a better of idea of what I'm asking.
Well,
Because,
okay.
like, I think otherwise like I don't even know where to begin with the question.
Okay. Well, you should reply to him on Twitter. I know that you don't do Twitter anymore, but I dragged him into this, so he probably. I would. I feel like. If you do
Well,
want to ask him at some
after we're
point,
done here, I'll see if I can.
or shoot him an
I
email
can.
at the very least.
Yeah, sure. Maybe giving me his email and I'll
It's public,
I'll
I think,
query
right?
him.
Let's see. I think it's on his website.
Maybe.
If it's not, I will give it to you unless he tells me to. But
Okay. Appreciate that. Yeah, because I am curious. It does seem weird to me, those numbers. I
here you
don't know.
go. Here's his contact page on his website. You can shoot him an email.
Ah, perfect. So, okay.
Well, hey. Anything else you want to talk about? Oh, by the way, you mentioned the guy who attacked Nancy Pelosi, or Paul Pelosi, I should say. Sorry.
Sure.
Did you know that he said that GamerGate was why he was part of the reason he became radicalized?
Yeah, I saw that. What do you think about that? I don't think I ever got your take on his connection to Gamergate.
I've talked about it before with Pinko Merchant and also with Hatman. Hatman thinks he might have been. Well, we don't know for sure because it sounds like, from my understanding, it sounds like his definition of Gamergate in this case. Oh, I talked about Chris Ferguson too. But he
Sure.
sounds like his definition is like anti-SJW YouTube videos. Because he talks about how he watched videos criticizing Anita Sarkeesian, and
Yeah,
then
Gamergate.
this led him into like the algorithm pushing him more and more radical ideas. He says over time,
Sure.
and more conservative ideas. But I don't. Well, I don't know like which specific videos of Anita he was like watching, and I also like I don't personally consider like videos criticizing Anita Sarkeesian to be Gamergate necessarily. I would separate that.
How many other circles of people online do you think are really into talking about Anita Sarkeesian?
I mean, a
Or
lot
were back
actually,
in that
right?
day?
Like, there's like there's Gamergate criticized her. I mean, like arguably, right? I mean, it depends on how you define Gamergate, right? Like, because I view Gamergate as being related to ethics in games journalism. Like, that's basically the definition I've come to. I think that's what like everybody was on board with. And then from there you have like a bunch of different like splinter factions that want to take it in different directions, including like an anti-censorship direction, including an anti-social justice warrior direction. But even in Glasgow and Ferguson's study, people thought that ethics should have been at the forefront rather than social justice opposition.
Sure, and I can see that.
But also, there were like the skeptic community criticized her, right? You had a bunch of people, Thunderfoot. You had a bunch of like the skeptic, of smaller skeptic people too, right?
We don't claim
Kraut and T, right? Kraut and T. I've interviewed him, by the way, for this project. But like his involvement with Gamergate.
He wasn't
wasn't
exactly involved in Gamergate.
Well, he
but
was. He
did.
was. He tweeted
he
about it.
was?
He tweeted about it.
Oh, okay.
But that was
never
before
mind.
he became a YouTuber.
Well, he was way YouTuber way before Gamergate was a thing.
According to him, again, I've not like done a deep dive. I don't think he's lying or anything. I generally trust Kraut. But he says that he.
Oh, Kraut. Oh, sorry.
Kraut.
I thought you said Thunderfoot.
Oh, sorry.
I was like,
no, Thunderfoot
been...
too. I did mention him too. I did mention him as well. Thunderfoot was a big creator before then, and he might have even used Gamergate in his video title. I believe he might have. Yeah.
I know he talked about Anita's criticism of video games.
Yeah. But like the skeptic community criticized her, like the general like anti-SJW community like criticized her. I wouldn't consider that like the same thing as Gamergate necessarily.
Sure.
But like, okay, so let's say he did watch a video by a Gamergate person. It could have been me. I made videos criticizing Anita, right?
Sure.
It could have been anybody. I don't think it was me. I don't think he would have gone in like a weird direction from watching my content because like I was fairly moderate. But who knows what the algorithm pushes, right?
I think back then, if you were watching Anita videos, the algorithm would have pushed you toward Gamergate videos.
Maybe,
and vice versa. Because I think there was a lot of
overlap there. There's a lot of overlap. It's not a complete circle, though. I wouldn't say.
No, obviously, and I don't claim that to be the case. Yeah, I know there are actual people in Gamergate who actually care about ethics. I don't know why they don't care about like outlets who get like swag from publishers when they get review copies?
Hey, that
or
came up. Someone just talked about that the other day. So some people do care about
that's
that.
good.
Yeah.
That's good. And I encourage that because because I'm concerned about ethics in video games too, but my concern is that
It was
like
Hasio. Hasio talked about it when I interviewed him. I know because I just edited his book interview.
that's great. Kudos for him. Uh, uh, unironically, I'm not saying that glibly. Kudos to him for caring about that stuff. Because like I think my biggest concern is that we've got gaming publications that are basically like they have to soften their stance on the game publishers, because if they post if they write opinions that they don't like often enough, they get blacklisted. They don't get review copies. They have to buy it on launch and try and review it within a day or two.
Yeah, it's a problem.
You know,
Yeah, I agree.
it's a problem, and I would have loved. I would have joined a GamerGate if that was the thrust of it. If they were actually caring about that problem, because like that's what because like the thing with the Keenan Lynch review, I think it was GameSpot.
Yeah, GameSpot 2007.
Yeah, GameSpot 2007. Like this guy got fired for
Jeff
writing a
Gerstmann.
bad review of Keenan Lynch because they were being paid by the devs to advertise their game, and
Yeah, that's a scandal. I agree.
yeah, it
Now-
sucks.
Now, David DePepe, the person who attacked Paul Pelosi, he apparently, according to Hatman, I've not verified this, but Hatman says that, and we're both moderators of Social Justice in Action, this online community. Hatman believes that he was a poster there on Social Justice in Action, but I don't
Really?
think I don't know if he posted on Kotaku in Action, only on
Okay.
Social Justice for sure, according to Hatman.
But where did he get, like, where did he hear about Gamergate, and why did he think that he was a part of it then?
YouTube.
If not
according to him.
because
But he's
Okay.
He didn't say he was a part of it. To be clear, he says that he
he was
says that he-
he was
radicalized
radicalized by Gamer.
by
Gate.
GamerGate. He says, yeah.
Okay.
But I don't.
So where did he get
was-
that idea? And
Well, he says it's from YouTube, right? He says he watched these YouTube
yeah,
videos.
like, because it's the way he says it. It sounds like he watched a Gamergate YouTuber.
He might have. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah. So,
And-
but I don't know if I don't know if it doesn't sound like. Okay. Like
Mhm.
again, it doesn't sound like he considered himself like an activist,
Sure.
and he didn't seem to like spend a lot of time. I don't think in his like deposition or whatever it was when he talked about it.
He wasn't sending emails and
Yeah, he
stuff like
wasn't
that.
emailing advertisers. I don't think he like went to any meetups. I don't even like know if he tweeted about it. Like I don't know. So like if you want to call him a GamerGate person, I don't know. I don't think
What
he
percentage of
perceived himself-
GamerGaters do you think have been to a meetup?
Well, I'm gonna have an answer for you actually probably by the end of all this because I've asked
really?
people that question. But some people I didn't ask just because like it was a shorter interview and we had to rush through it. But like most of the
I
people
feel
I've
like I
asked-
would question your sample set.
So what do you think of the sample
you're-
I've got?
Well, like you're interviewing people who were involved in Gamergate, or sorry, not who were openly involved in Gamergate, like notable people, people who were at least doing some kind of moving and shaking in the movement, and
For the most
so
part,
like
yeah.
of course they'd go to a Gamergate meetup, but if you just sampled random Gamergaters, you'd get a much different percentage, I think.
That's probably true. Though I do think that I do think that like the quote unquote like movers and shakers, I think that's overrepresented. Not everybody I interviewed
Yeah, maybe.
fits into no. I think I would accept that framing. I would say that the people
Sure.
I've interviewed probably are the more active people. right?
Yeah, that's what
right.
I'm. That's what
Though
I'm
not
trying to say.
exclusively, because like I have interviewed like Hasio has like 500 Twitter followers, right? Like he's a small guy.
Sure.
He didn't.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no offense. He calls himself a self-described background character, right? And I've interviewed for a book exclusive, Claw. Like he's I know him from the St. Louis meetups because we still talk in real life. We're friends. We hang out
yeah.
sometimes. So like I know him from the St. Louis meetups that I ran. So, but he wasn't like I don't even think he was on Twitter. He has like a Reddit account and maybe like made a few posts on Kia, right? But like he's
Mhm.
obviously not like a mover and shaker necessarily. No offense to him, he wouldn't even take
Sure,
offense, I don't
sure,
think.
sure.
But yeah, I think I
There are, as they say, there are no small roles, only small actors.
everyone's a leader.
Yeah, everyone's a leader of GamerGate.
Exactly. So what do you think? What do you think of the Paul Pelosi attacker GamerGate connection, if there is one? And do you think that is that something that well, what does that say, right? What do you think of that?
I don't even fucking know, man.
I don't either. I don't either. I
I don't. I haven't looked into it, but I don't think there's enough information to really say much. Because, like, I don't think a GamerGater who was really into GamerGate would actually admit that.
well, I mean, a lot of them
'Cause-
have, right?
'cause,
They've
like-
interviewed. They've agreed to be interviewed by me.
Well, no. I mean, like, if you're gonna go and do something nuts, like attack a high-ranking a senator's husband,
Yeah, Speaker of the House's husband, but yeah.
and you were big into GamerGate. Like, I think most GamerGaters would have had the sense of mind to like if they were really into GamerGate, they'd have the sense of mind to be like, maybe I won't mention that. I don't want to make my friends look bad.
Right. Unless, I mean, it could be. Well, you say that, right? And but like, it could be the case that like this guy. So I have interviewed Mark Salmonfink. Do you know him?
Mark, sorry, say his last name again.
Salmon Fink, SAMENFINK.
I do not know this man.
Okay, he's a nice guy. I've interviewed him. I'm on friendly-ish terms with the guy. I don't like know him personally,
Sure.
right? But I've interviewed him, and he describes himself as an extremist, politically.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, and he says that GamerGate like helped radicalize him.
Mhm.
Yeah. So like there are people out there who are like that. I think it's like relatively rare. I don't think like most of the GamerGate people became radicalized, or at least not like radicalized in the sense that they became like far right. I don't think that that's like super common. I think that some people did though.
Sure. Okay.
And so maybe like if Salmon Fink is willing to say I became an extremist in part because of GamerGate, well that and he says quote a certain movie unquote, which I think he's alluding to
What?
2000 Mules. I think
Oh, okay.
he didn't name it, but I think
Yeah,
he's
okay.
referring to that.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, I don't. What do you think of the political leanings of GamerGate? This is one area where the data seems to show from like Chris Ferguson's survey, even from
Yeah.
the people I've interviewed, it shows that it doesn't look like the GamerGate people became like right wing necessarily. Like some of them did.
Sure.
But you also like the data shows from Ferguson and Glasgow's survey that the GamerGate people are a very diverse group of people politically, right? They're all across the fucking political spectrum.
Sure.
That's what my research into this shows too. But if you go to Kotaku in action in the year 2024, I don't think Kotaku in action in the year 2024 is as diverse of a community as GamerGate was politically. I think it does have a more conservative bent to it, which is like fine. Like I don't have like anything against conservatives. I have things against MAGA. I think that that's bad. I don't think people should support Trump. But
Yeah.
but I don't have anything against conservatives.
Sure.
Why do you think Kotaku Action became more conservative? And like, is there something to that Gamergate caused people to become conservative idea?
So, I've written this in my text responses, but I think it bears saying here too, and that's I think back when it was happening, I would have described Gamergate as conservative, just because it just kind of seemed that way. They were kind of leaning toward conservative provocateurs like Milo Yiannopoulos. But I think these days I would describe it more as like reactionary. It's very much a reaction to the the um the push to diversify video games for uh for an audience of women and minorities who don't who are turned off by ultra sexual, ultra like violent, glorifying sexual assault kind of attitudes in video games. I guess. Shit, it's getting long in the interview, and I am.
Oh, you're fine.
My mind is going. I feel
we
like
could probably wrap
Joe
it up
Brandon
in like 15 minutes if you want.
Sure. I do want to address some of the comments that we've been getting
in chat. Okay.
In
what
chat. Okay, so Queasy says, like, why do female models make more than male models, or female porn stars make more than male porn stars? Those examples nobody looks at, and I think that's fair. Like, in some niche industries, women make more than men. But there are just so many other industries where it's the other way around that it kind of tips it on its head. It like the average favors men rather than women. If that makes sense. Queasy.
No, I mean I wouldn't even like disagree. Like obviously the average man does earn more than the average woman. This is true. So yeah, but there are going to be certain fields where that's not the case. But
let's see. Toganit says he wanted to talk to her. She famously refused to engage with any opposing arguments. I'm assuming.
Sarkeesian.
I'm assuming we're talking.
They said that right around that time. Sarkeesian, the VidCon stuff.
Sure. So I don't think Anita Sarkeesian owes Sargon a response. I don't think it's reasonable to expect her to respond to him specifically, or really anyone who. Well, I mean, like, why would you?
Well, I don't think that like you are morally required to respond to people. I think though that if you want to engage in like good faith, you probably should talk with your critics to some extent. And I try to do that as well. I'm talking with you right now, right?
Sure.
But right, I think that
like,
you should try.
If you decided that you only wanted to talk to GamerGaters, I wouldn't have a problem with that. That you'd be well within your right, and I have no reason to expect you to do it. I wouldn't turn up at like a thing you're hosting to try and like go to reaction out of you, you know?
I mean, you could. I wouldn't. I would be open to that even. In fact, people who disagree with me have gone to my panels. I hosted 2 panels in real life at 2 different conventions. And
Right, and like it's like the thing we covered before. Like you can handle that stuff. Obviously, I think that's great. I wish more people could handle that stuff. Not everyone can say the same. Like a lot of women are more likely to feel vulnerable, and so when you go out and uh, try to provoke a reaction out of somebody like this, it's like you're going to get a reaction, and you're not necessarily in the right for doing so.
is it so? I don't view provoking a reaction as bad, and I think that if women are less confrontational on average, which is probably true. I think that there's probably good reasons to think that that's the case. And like
Sure.
we can talk about like why that is. Like, is it like social versus like are there certain uh, differences that people will trend towards on average due to biological factors, right? How much of it's social versus environment, or environment versus genetics, and like
Sure.
there's always going to be like a diverse array of people within within the group of women. So like some women are very confrontational, like not so erudite, right? Not so erudite would have no problem facing down
Yeah.
critics, for instance, right? Or Stardust or Food Shops or somebody like that, right? Well, I guess
Yeah,
yeah,
there are
it's
women who would trash talk half the people I know into oblivion. You know,
yeah. But
there are women who can go at it.
I think we should probably like I think we should probably like obviously people can raise their kids however they want. I think having I don't think that we should police like how people parent things outside of like abuse and neglect as a general matter. There might be like edge cases for like, oh, what do you do about like the person who doesn't let their kid get medical treatment or whatever because their religion says not
Sure.
to. But
Yeah.
generally speaking, people should be allowed to raise their kids however they want, as long as they're not like killing them or abusing them or harming them.
This is more like
Yeah.
it would be nice.
But it would be nice if I think if more people raised women not to be submissive and raised them to stand up for themselves and taught them that they have things to value to offer in the world beyond just their good looks, and yeah, encourage them to not necessarily be aggressive. I don't think that like that's not the framing I would use, I guess, but like be more willing to stand up for themselves and stand up for the things that they believe in.
I don't know if the problem is that we're actively teaching women to be submissive. I feel like the problem is that like when it comes to gender, there's so much like when you look at violence against women, it's typically perpetuated by men. You know, and I don't think I think a lot of the anxiety around women's interactions with men is based on this on this idea or on this sense of this reality that if they die, like it'll often be because some man got pissed off and decided to rape and kill her, right? So
Yeah, I think men are responsible for like most violent crime in general, yeah, including
yeah,
against women, I assume. Yeah.
yeah, and the fear, it's not as much of a worry if you're another guy.
Well,
But
I mean, I
if
don't know if
you're
that's true either, right? Because like men kill other men.
well, I mean, it's like I'm not saying
But there
it's
is
not a
there's
worry.
a
It's
there's a
not as much of a
physical
worry.
there's an on average physical difference where men are on average more powerful than women and have
Sure.
physical strength, right?
And I would encourage I would encourage more women to lift weights and build muscle because I do love those muscle mommies. I've got to admit, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's not something that you can like. It's not. the vulnerability and the sensitivity is not something we're purposely teaching. It's just like a fact
I don't
about
know.
the world, and that they're
The vulnerability might, I don't know, like, is that something that, like, people are, like, are women culturally told not to speak up? I don't know.
I think most, at least these days, mostly it's unconscious. I wasn't raised uh as a girl. I was raised as a boy, so I don't quite know. But I think there's a lot of unspoken uh learning that you have to do. You have to be, yeah, like a sense that you have to be uh careful about provoking men, uh and trying to basically avoid setting them off, essentially.
Okay, I want to ask you, you've done, including the thumbnail for this video,
Of course.
at least 2 works of art relating to Gamergate. One of them was a Christmas thing, and another was a birthday thing. What?
Yes, that's right. That's the thing I was wanting to bring up, actually.
Okay.
Because I think it's very interesting. I don't know if you know this, but back when I posted that, someone thought that I was a pro gamer gator and made a small collage uh comparing my wholesome happy Christmas message to a bunch of anti-gamer gators uh just spouting abuse everywhere. uh Let me see if I can find it.
To try and show that, like, oh, our side's better because we wish you
Yeah.
a Merry Christmas and they're mean to us.
Yes, basically. um and somebody, so it was posted to Kotaku in Action, uh and Twitter. I actually talked to the guy who 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 made it and asked him to take down the tweet, and he was like, no. I'm like, well, I guess I've done all I can do. But so it was posted onto Kotaku in Action the day after mine was posted, my tweet. um and it got more upvotes, despite the fact that there were people in the comments saying, hey, this isn't like there were at least 1 or 2 people in the comments being like, hey, this person is pro or anti Gamergate, and or neutral. This ain't it, chief. um and I don't think anyone really paid attention to that, or uh that didn't reach anyone, because not only did the collage comparing me to anti-gamer gators get more upvotes in Kotaku in Action, and this was Christmas 2014. This was like before any right-wing turn. Not only did it get more upvotes, the like 2 years later, it was posted again and got more upvotes than both of the others. And again, there were people in the comments like, no, this is someone who's anti-GG. And it's like, I think it's a testament to how uncritical we are when it comes to taking in information that we look at online, right? Because most people who upvoted it saw they didn't know or care. They just assumed that it's a nice picture that promotes peace and love and all that stuff, and so that must be Gamergate. That must be a pro GamerGate person. And they didn't. So like these people didn't read the comments. They didn't even flinch when it came up again 2 years later. And there's just so many people. There's just so many people who just don't look into these things.
No,
You
that's
know?
true. Yeah, for sure. That's social media, unfortunately.
Yeah. And I'm not saying this is like a particularly GamerGate specific thing. It's all of the internet. None of us are immune from bias.
Now I want to say a few things, I guess. One of which I want to ask you about. You made these works of art, at least two. Did you make more?
I've done a little bit more. I think I posted all of them in the.
I couldn't find them in the GamerGate art channel, but maybe I didn't look hard enough.
Okay.
I know you I remember you posting them at the time, but I couldn't find them when I left.
Yeah.
I was frantically scrolling, I guess, but whatever.
So I did a birthday image. I did like a quick sketch that I colored of Vivian. Here, I'll just post this to the DMs or for you.
Yeah, and I do want to say too, do you think that you making these pictures, right? Because like other people in the anti-Gamergate world, some of them believe that Gamergate was a harassment campaign and that people shouldn't engage with them, right? So,
Sure.
do you think that by making these like friendly pictures for like happy birthday or Merry Christmas, do you think that that's like you providing tacit support to her harassment campaign, or what some people who also agree with you that Gamergate's bad would perceive as a harassment campaign?
I suppose I could see like somebody assuming that, but I don't know if I would agree. I think I'd be open to arguments on that front, but I don't think my my drawings really caused any harm. They weren't disparaging anyone. They weren't perpetuating, hate for SJWs or Anita or Zoe Quinn. It. I just don't. I wouldn't. I'd have trouble seeing the argument basically for why it would be bad. I could see why somebody would associate me with Gamergate at first. At least until they heard my opinions.
Okay. Now, I also want to ask too, because in your book interview, the text format, I know you gave a text answer on this. I'm not going to try and cuck your text answer too much, but basically, you bring up the Daily Dose meme for the Kellers, green and purple.
Yeah.
We've talked about this before.
Yeah, we've had a discussion about this.
Yeah, I don't really care. I don't know for sure. I don't know if we'll ever know if like 100% that like this is exactly why these killers were chosen. But let's say it is for the sake of argument.
I think it's pretty obvious. It was on the V board. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Someone even said thanks, Doc, right after the thing was posted. The original art.
Yeah, let's say that it is, for the sake of argument at least. I'm not gonna fight you on it right now. I don't really care.
Are we going to discuss whether or not it's a rape?
Well, we can talk
joke
about that if you want. But we could. I mean, if you want to go that route, we can. But do you? What do you think that says? Do you think that means that Gamergate's like a misogynistic movement, or?
I think that it's indicative of a group of people who think it's okay to make light of rape, which is strange because it was like the meme is the rape of a guy. So I don't know if
well, it's not clear if it's rape.
I don't know if I'd call it misogynist.
There's been a debate of.
Oh God, yeah, I know. There's been a debate. Look, the Vegeta in the image is bound by energy rings. It is at the very least rape play, if not outright rape.
All right, fair enough, I guess. But some people have pointed out too that apparently that's a power that would only Vegeta and like a couple other people have, but Piccolo doesn't have that power. So
No.
unless
So-
Piccolo reversed Vegeta's attack against himself, or Vegeta, like 'cause that could happen, right? Because if
Here's
he
the
would
thing,
have reversed it,
I don't think techniques in Dragon Ball Z, like people use each other's techniques a lot of the time. It happens a lot. Piccolo does not tend to steal techniques. So I if we're accepting the premise of this fucking image, like either somebody helped Piccolo put Vegeta in that position or Vegeta put himself in that position. Either way, it is either rape play or outright rape.
or it could also. There's also like a third possibility. Well, I guess the third possibility would be that
No.
Piccolo reversed the attack. But like, there's a
I-
fourth possibility too, right? Which is that Vegeta, like he's not like, let's say Vegeta doesn't have a rape fetish. Let's say
Okay.
instead of that, right? He wants to bound himself so it's easier for Piccolo to like insert himself, like so like it could be that it's not a fetish, but it's like, hey, look, I want to make it easy for you.
Sorry,
I'm gonna hold
hang on.
myself down. It could be that
He-
too.
He bound himself to make it easier for Piccolo to
Penetrate him.
penetrate him.
But it could be
I-
like he could have done that not because he has a rape fetish, right? But he could have done
No.
it for other reasons, like, hey, look, we're kind of the terrain slippery, or you know what, I personally have been moving around too much. I don't like that.
The scene literally takes
right.
place in the desert
Yeah.
on a sandstone rock.
The slippery rock. But no. Okay. Yeah.
You gotta watch out for that sandstone. It's real slippery.
All right. So. All right. So, anything else you want to say about Piccolo Dick and Vivian?
No, I don't. I don't want to talk about Piccolo Dick no more.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a video segment right there. I'll be sure to make sure that gets its own video, hopefully. Maybe.
Thank you. Sure. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. All right.
Appreciate it.
I'm going through a couple of these other text answers you've given. You didn't have anything to say about AirPlay, really.
Not really. I don't know. I probably shouldn't say this just because, like, first of all, there's no proof. But like, if somebody came up and told me that Milo Yiannopoulos had a friend call in a bomb threat to make himself seem more dangerous and like he's like a super dangerous idea haver, people want to shut him up kind of thing, I wouldn't call them a liar, right?
Well, that's a claim that requires evidence, though.
Yeah, that's a claim that requires evidence, and I'm not saying I have any evidence to that effect, but I would not be surprised knowing the kind of person Milo is.
Now, if that ever came out, though, I mean, that would be destroying to Milo's credibility.
I mean,
but well, I know.
how much more can it be destroyed at this point?
But that's
be honest.
also maybe a point against it, right? Like Milo doesn't have too many friends that he had 10 years ago. Why wouldn't somebody leak it? Be like, hey, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck this guy. I'm gonna go out and go public. And if that were the case, right? Why wouldn't somebody say something years later?
Yeah, I could see that argument.
But also, I wouldn't just. Yeah, you'd have to have evidence for that. Like, you could say that about anybody, right? Why did Anita Sarkeesian have a friend call in a bomb threat or a shooting threat to her college speaking? Right?
It is just as likely that anyone else called in the bomb threat, but I just feel like I don't know. I feel like that's something that Milo would do for clout. I don't know. That's
All right.
probably too mean. I don't know. But
I'm maybe interviewing him too, except he kind of ghosted me recently, so I don't know if that's gonna happen.
uh-oh.
He agreed to do it, and then he
Oh,
ghosted me.
dude. Not cool.
I know. Many such cases,
Well,
actually.
maybe.
Ian Miles Chung ghosted me too. So did Asia
What?
Romano. These people agreed to interviews, and then whoops, they disappear.
Oh, no. And maybe they found out that you don't like Donald Trump.
Well, I told these people I was gonna be rough with them. You know, I'm like, hey, look, I'm
Oh.
gonna ask you some tough questions, but I want to do it. I think it's important, and because I don't want to like ambush somebody.
Well, I really appreciate you putting the kid gloves on for me.
Did I?
I don't know. Have you?
I mean, like I don't know. I mean, like I honestly I feel like at this point, I'll tell you where
Sure.
I'm at with this. You can tell me to fuck off. I don't think I think there's value in hearing a variety of perspectives. I've
Uh,
included a lot of anti-Gamergate voices. I think there's value in hearing your perspective on this too.
sure.
Um, I don't I don't think the body of the evidence really supports the
My
idea
view.
that yeah, basically. Well, like what is
Okay.
like your view specifically? Can you define what Gamergate was for me?
There's. I don't think there's any one answer to that. I don't know, because like in my mind, it's there's the core GamerGator group who was behind the conspiracy, who wanted to stick it to the SJWs, and then there were the people who probably made up a majority of the Gamergate audience who joined in on Gamergate when the Gamers Are Dead articles came, that are far more reasonable in their in their in their views when it regards in regards to uh Gamergate things. I don't know. I think those are the main two camps, at least in my mind. There was a lot of people who wanted to hide this campaign against SJWs and progressive outlets behind a smokescreen of you know, it's actually about ethics and game journalism. And I don't think I've seen too much evidence that suggests that Gamergaters on a whole uh cared about uh corruption when it comes to like non progressive outlets, if that makes sense.
I can see why you would say that. I
Yeah,
I
and
I, I think that
this is just like my perception, just from interacting with randos on the Gamergate hashtag
sure.
for like half a year. Uh, this is just the general idea I've got. I'm pretty sure. I don't doubt that there are people who care about, other issues of corruption, not just, it's somebody, you know writing a review of like a game whose composer they met and are friends with.
Oh,
Sorry, sure, go
no,
ahead.
finish your point, please, please, please.
I'm sorry, I think I kind of lost my point.
You said that they were about you were mentioning the Polygon review of Gone Home, basically.
Yeah, I remember that. I in my view, from my experience, the focus was on SJWs. I remember when the Bayonetta 2 review came out in Polygon, and Adam Baldwin retweeted somebody. He basically endorsed this view, saying that the Polygon's Bayonetta review is why Gamergate exists. And just like when that review came out, they're like a whole, like, everyone on the Gamergate hashtag, that was all they were talking about. And I'm like, well, wait, what's the corruption here? Do they know somebody who worked on in Platinum's staff? Are they friends with what's his name, Hideki Kamiya?
Why? So I think I might have an answer for you. Now, I'm
Oh,
trying to
please.
collate data. So I've only got seven of the interviews from the Pro Gamer Gators transcribed. And I think the thing is that Gamergate meant different things to different people. And you kind of
Yeah.
talked about that yourself. So I think that for some people, it was only about ethics. And then for
Mhm.
other people, I think it was about other stuff too. And so these are, but I don't think they're trying to like hide it behind the ethics stuff. Because I remember as this was happening too, there were a lot of disagreements like within Gamergate, quote unquote.
Sure, yeah.
Between
You had
people
the
who,
GG Revolt.
well, sure, but like GG Revolt like represented a faction that wanted to. I mean, so I don't. I want to be careful how I talk about this because like I don't. GG Revolt
Sorry,
was
I don't want to get you in trouble.
no, get me in trouble all you want. GG Revolt was an internet forum, and on this internet forum, people leaned more in like the die-hard, fight the culture war perspective, right?
Sure.
To say the least, right? They were like, that was like, but there's also like people who weren't GG Revolt who also hold that same viewpoint, and like there were probably people in GG Revolt who maybe disagreed with that too. Who knows? Because like it's an anonymous forum, okay? But
Yeah.
I've got 7 people collated so far on the Pro Gamergate side for this question here, and this is my good faith interpretation of how they answered the question of what Gamergate was about. And some of this was like asked indirectly, so bear that in mind too. But out of these 7 people, 100% of them say it was about games journalism. 57% say it's about censorship, opposing censorship. 71% say it was about artistic freedom. And then there's a bunch of 1 answers where it's like opposing social justice warriors in gaming, standing up for the truth. That was 1. Speaking out against injustice, doing the right thing. That's 1. 1 person said that out of the 7, right?
Okay.
Tackling exploitative microtransactions, right? That's in there too. Addressing.
If Gamergate was about that, I would have been fully behind it.
There were people who wanted to go that direction. And then addressing crunch issues in the games industry. 1 person of the 7 thought that Gamergate was about that. Addressing sexual harassment in the games industry. 1 person thought it was about that of the 7. Improving the games industry. That's very vague, but that's my interpretation of what they said. 1 person said that. Not wanting political influence in games. 1 person said that. But the person who said that specifically said that they thought that other people held that view, but not them personally. So, like, I don't know how you categorize that. I just threw it in there. So, like, this is like a very, just within these 7 people, we've gotten like, and again, these are 7, these are people who gave, each person gave like, a couple different ones probably, right? Let's say, or
Sure.
some of them just gave the 1, right? 100% of the people said games journalism.
Now these are selected out of the people you've interviewed, right?
These are from the first 6 that I've done plus Nicole Sund, because I did hers
Okay.
live.
So it's not a
I'm gonna add more.
randomized.
Yeah.
It's not a random.
No. Now I will.
Section of Gamergate.
Well, I mean, I think my perception is that the sample of people that I got, at least prior to relatively recently, was a representative sample, more or less, of the various like camps or subcultures within the GamerGate community. I
Okay.
feel like that's the case. Now, it might not be like weighted 100%, but
Yeah.
I feel
I
like
don't know
I've
if I
got
would describe it as that. I feel like you've got a good diversity of opinion, but not like a representative sample.
okay. Why do you say that? I know it's a small number for one, but why else do you say that?
Well, yeah, like the a representative sample would mean that you're at least somewhat taking like random people
Mhm.
and not people who've like they've done this or this. Like most of the people besides me have done something notable in Gamergate, the people you're interviewing. I'm mostly here because like I'm one of the few anti-Gamergaters that'll talk to you. Uh at least in
True.
my
No, you're not wrong.
estimation.
You're not wrong.
uh so like it's not, I don't think I would accept that it's a representative sample.
Okay. I maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like well, I mean, I wouldn't be doing this data if I didn't think it was useful.
Sure.
But how useful is it?
Uh I don't know. I don't really know.
Well, this is how I'm going to form my opinion based on Gamergate, based on what all of you fucking people said, or at least all of the pro, because I don't have enough
you've
anti-Gamergate people to really.
you've you've done the work. You've done the legwork. You've if you haven't earned it by the time you're done with this, then you haven't earned anything, you know?
Yeah, true. So, what do you think of how I've approached this? I know that that's a question in the text answer too, so you can give a more detailed answer later if you want, or if you
Sure.
forget something that you want to add later on. But what do you think of
I
how I've
like
approached this?
I like this project. I think it's cool. I think in order to keep an accurate history, you have to you kind of have to have anecdotes from people who were alive at the time. There's no reason not to um sorry, not I it's good to have these testimonials about what it was like in Gamergate, because as much as I don't necessarily agree with the narrative, or as much as I don't necessarily disagree with the narrative that it's a harassment campaign, I think I think for the complete picture, you're going to want to hear about what it was like for the people who were in Gamergate too.
What do you mean? Oh, because you mean. Can you explain?
Um, y-
That this voice, that the people I've interviewed, they didn't really get like a lot of media coverage, or their stories weren't necessarily told very
well,
much,
not
or
necessarily that, but like when you're looking at history, you kind of have to look at everything to get the big picture. Like you can't like because if you're only reading like one report from, you know, Diophanes of this Surgeony or whatever, uh and like you won't know that, you know, this other guy chronicled this event and he said something different. And so the the you need to read everything in order to get the big picture, right? You might not arrive at the truth, but you would arrive at a more complete picture than you would uh if you had only gotten the event from one source, if that makes any sense.
no, I agree. You should look at a variety of perspectives and sources. Now, what do you think about how? I mean, obviously, I was involved with GamerGate to like pretend that I went into this um, completely oblivious, right, or completely
Sure.
neutral would not be accurate. Um,
Right.
I how do you think I've been with how I've approached trying to be like fair, accurate, neutral
I
to some
think
extent?
I think you've been great. I think you've pushed back on a lot of uh, some of the things people have said in your interviews that might not make sense or that might not comport with the facts. Uh, I think you've pushed back on me a little bit. I think it's great that I think you're doing a good job of being a neutral party here.
Oh, well, thank you. Now, how do you think about how I've talked about the topic of harassment um, in this? I know that obviously people being harassed is a bad thing, um,
Sure.
and Gamergate, according to Wikipedia, is a harassment campaign. And
Sure.
people who did get harassed, let's say,
Mhm.
and let's say they are anti-Gamergate, I wanted to try and approach this, at least in the beginning. I wanted to try and approach this with like a degree of care, uh,
Mhm.
or 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 concern about I don't know. How have I approached that topic in your view?
Um. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Could you repeat the question?
How have I approached the topic of harassment in your view?
Oh, I don't agree with your definition of harassment. In fact, I'm not even sure what exactly your definition of harassment is.
I don't either.
But
Okay, all right. No, sorry. Please give me the rest of your answer, and then I'll try and give you a definition.
um, actually, that's mostly it. I actually don't really know what your definition of harassment is, apart from the fact that you don't think that my definition of harassment is quite on model.
So my definition's changed over time.
Okay.
I guess my current view is that fuck. I don't know. I try to be fucking. So because like the thing is like throughout the project. So okay, I'll just say this. I if you're violating the laws of the United States of America, or the state that you're in, or the state that the other party's in, and they have harassment laws in the books that withhold judicial scrutiny and judicial review, or judicial review, I should
Mhm.
say, then I think that that's harassment. If you're engaging in whatever the legal definition is in your state or at the federal level, if there's a federal law. But I also would say that like tortuous behavior probably could be
Mhm.
like harassment. Like if you're like defaming another person, um, like if you're like actively telling lies about their character on purpose, right? That's
Sure.
probably harassment. Death threats is harassment. Rape threats, like threats of violence in general, harassment.
Mhm.
Uh, it's I hate to say it's like you know it when you see it, but like that's a bad definition, right? You
Sure.
can't use that. So let's say let's say like making threats of violence,
Mhm.
trying to target somebody in a way that like harms their real life, like trying to get them fired from their job or kicked out of school because
Mhm.
of tweets they've made or something like that. Right? I would call that a form of
Sure.
harassment. Um, and like hacking somebody, like illegal acts, right? That like if you like hack somebody's computer,
Yeah.
that's a form of harassment. Uh, but I also, and I struggled with this for a while. Like I called Ethan Ralph a harasser, which he is for other reasons, but or he at least encouraged it, right? But he or allowed it to happen. But he wrote articles about Brianna Wu, several articles about Brianna Wu, right? Like by several, I'm talking like dozens and dozens and dozens of articles.
Sure.
Now, I think that he has the legal right to write dozens and dozens and dozens of articles about Brianna Wu or anyone else he wants to.
Mhm.
Um, Now, one of those articles alleged that she is transgender, and I would probably call that, I guess, harassment. Uh, like
Mhm.
exposing this because if there was like a journalistic reason to say to put this out there, like, hey, look, she's trying to scam people. She says that she's doing it for this surgery, but it's actually so she can go buy a new motorcycle, right? Like, okay,
Okay.
I could see that being like a legitimate reason to put this out there, right?
Sure.
But if it's just like, hey, I don't like this person, fuck them. That's not illegal for him to do that. It's like dead name her or whatever, right? But to put that information out there, I don't think that that's illegal behavior. I don't think it probably like should be illegal behavior. But I think
Sure.
that the intention behind him doing that, and the intention behind him writing these dozens and dozens and dozens of articles, criticizing her, which is fine. It's criticism. I think the intention there was probably to fuck with her, and he basically admits this too. If you read his chat logs that got leaked out, he basically says that he wants to do this to fuck with her.
Wow.
So like I is
didn't
that
hear about this
harassment?
stuff.
I can send you the logs.
I feel like that goes beyond harassment a bit.
So
I don't know.
I called that harassment.
Sure.
But I struggled with it too because I'm like, well, technically it's not illegal, but I'm like, what? Fuck it. If I had to spend 30 minutes, because I was talking with him in person, I'm asking like, hey, should I consider this harassment or not? And I'm like, you know what? If we have to spend like this long trying to figure it out, let's just say it's harassment. that's what I said. if we have to like dig it, like if we're like debating it morally back and forth over and over again, it's like maybe we should just fucking I had to come to a decision, so I'm like, fuck it, we'll just say it's harassment.
Okay. My definition of harassment is a bit more simple, I think, just because, like, in my view, if you're talking to somebody and they don't want to be talked to, and you know that they don't want to be talked to, and they've made it clear that they don't want to be talked to, or followed, or, stalked, that's harassment. And if you still do it after knowing that they don't want to talk to you, that's harassment, in my view. Now, I think there are exceptions in this. That you could say, like, maybe this person has to talk to people for their job or whatever. But like, that's my main definition.
Talking to someone when you know that you don't. Well, so actually, did you know that I don't talk to Brianna Wu anymore?
Really? Why not?
Because she said that I was creepy in a group chat with myself, Brianna Wu, Short Veditaku, Wick TV, and Suyaddle. And so I didn't. It seemed like she was putting this message out there to try and like hurt me to some extent. And so I basically just said, "Hey, look, Brianna, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm not going to. I won't contact you again." I think I said. And so since then, I have not reached out to her once, not even for comment. I don't think she'd want me to anyway, probably. But yeah, so I made the decision not to after that.
I think that's a good decision on your part.
I think it's a smart decision.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm sure you like the reasons weren't. Well, I mean, I don't know what your reasons were.
Well, I guess the main reason was because like I don't want her to create the perception or other people to have the perception that I am.
She didn't want to.
Right.
You didn't want her to Me Too you.
I guess so.
Or something.
Yeah. That, oh my god, I have this guy who's sexually harassing me. Well, I guess not sexual, but like I guess harassing in other ways, right?
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. So I just but I'm still gonna make videos about her though, because like she's come up in the book. So like as I transcribe that portion, it's gonna come up. But I don't know why she dislikes me so much, because like actually I've been like pretty fair. I think I've like defended her at various points, and I've also criticized her at various points too. But
yeah, I don't know. I haven't followed her too much. I know about the Jace Connors thing and like him challenging her to like a race or something.
He did challenge her to a race.
He flipped his car and decided to take out his phone and record in character as Jace Connors to make it seem like he was on his way to race her. Like, well, I guess I don't know for sure if like it was an actual crash, but he was filming in front of a car that he rolled onto its top as Jace Connors, and I'm just like, well, we didn't know he was a troll at the time, but like, just like looking back on that, it's like you gotta have some kind of dedication to do that right after you roll your car.
You gotta respect the bit almost.
Yeah,
Almost.
you gotta respect it. Almost gotta respect the
No,
bit.
no, we have to disavow. Obviously, like you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, disavow.
Because he said he was
of
gonna like.
course.
I think he said that he was gonna kill her too or something, right? But like, obviously it's not okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see Brianna debate Queeman about the Jace Cotter stuff in Total Biscuit?
I did not.
Oh my God! Counterpoints was there too. Who's
Oh, boy.
By the way, he said he'd endorse the project. Full disclosure. Sorry, he wouldn't endorse the project. He didn't say. He said he'd endorse a Kickstarter or crowdfunding campaign if I did one. That's what he said.
Sure. Okay.
But
Glad you're doing your due diligence.
yeah, so he was there too, and because they run a show together.
Hmm.
But Queeman debated her on on this because he feels as though Brianna has over the years misrepresented the Jace Connors incident and played it off as real. Other people have said this too. Game Diviner went to a convention, a panel with Brianna Wu there, and watched it and met her there. Actually, he didn't talk to her though. I don't think. He says he didn't. They didn't really speak, but he says that they both Game Diviner and Queeman felt like it was disingenuous of Brianna to keep bringing up the Jace Connors example after it was revealed that this guy's like a prank YouTuber or prankster.
Yeah, I mean, I could see if she's arguing that like it was real in the sense that like before the reveal, it was an actual, like, there was no reason to believe it was not a threat at the time. I could see that, but uh, like her still saying it was real after the fact, like, really?
Well,
After
she used it in her congressional ads. I guess she thought it would be good to try and get people to vote for her, like a sympathy vote, or like
I hope she lost.
she did, yeah.
Good.
But then she also apparently too he also debated her on her comments about Total Biscuit because he felt as though her referring to Total Biscuit as a transphobe and a harasser,
Uh,
even as late as like a few years ago, uh, as recently as a few years ago, that this was not good, and she's like defaming his character from the grave almost, or not
yeah.
almost, but like
Speaking
she
ill
is.
of the dead. I don't
Which
know if he.
if you can speak ill of the dead, that's fine, I guess. But you probably shouldn't lie about the dead,
Mm,
in my
yeah.
opinion. But also,
Yeah, I don't know Total Biscuit, and I didn't follow Total Biscuit
okay.
or any of his content even back in the day, so I wouldn't know if he's transphobic. But
Well, do you remember it's a trap question? Or is it or
yes, I
Trap's
do.
gay? He kicked someone out of a convention for asking that. Or sorry, not out of the
Yeah.
convention, out of a panel, I believe, for asking that
Mm.
question. Like, I don't think he was transphobic at all. I think he was like pretty
I think.
pro-trans.
Yeah, I think like at the very least that was that indicates to me that he's he's a good egg. He's trying to be uh uh he's trying to I don't know what I'm saying. Good grief!
You say
It's
it's a
almost,
good
I
egg.
feel almost like I'm high. I feel like I'm slowly morphing into Joe Biden, and I'm gonna start going off on tangents like. Anyway,
Oh, okay. Well, hey, actually, I'm gonna wrap this up probably in a second here, but
that's probably a good idea.
I want to ask, what do you think of the upcoming election?
Boy, I really hope Joe Biden bows out. I'm ready to fall out of that coconut tree. I'm ready to join the K Hive. I wasn't sold on Kamala Harris before this, but if she gets us out of this out of having to vote for Joe Biden this November, I'm ready to become a believer.
I'll vote for her too. I'll join the K Hive too. But I
Yeah.
honestly, I don't know a huge amount about all the candidates. There's a lot of people who could potentially be the next nominee.
Yeah.
I've seen Gretchen Whitmer's debate performance. I
Mhm.
liked the gubernatorial debate. I thought she did a pretty good job. I also
So
like
here's-
Jared Polis seems more libertarian, but I don't know about a lot of his stuff. I know he's
Sure.
I think he supported decriminalizing legalizing medical psilocybin mushrooms, which I think is awesome. So there's actually a lot
Yeah,
of
that's
evidence
cool.
to support that actually. About a lot of
So-
studies show that it could be useful for treating depression.
From what I understand, like they can get entirely new people for the ticket, but in order to
campaign
get the fund,
funds.
yeah, in order to access the campaign funds, I think at the very least it would be a lot easier if it were Kamala at the top of the ticket because her name is literally on the thing.
Yeah.
You know.
I've heard that too. I don't know about all the legal stuff, but I do.
Yeah.
I've heard two people say that if another candidate can't take the funds could be used, could go to like a super PAC. I've heard people say, I don't know if that's true. I've heard people say it could go to like a super PAC, and then the super PAC would run like a separate like campaign that's separate. Obviously, the super PAC
Sure.
and the whoever campaign, right, couldn't
Yeah.
communicate. But that money could still be used for the election, I think, through a super PAC. But they just couldn't communicate with the campaign at all. Which
Sure.
it might be good to have like two different tracks, like two different sets of minds trying to work on winning this thing at the once with these massive resources. That could be a good idea. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like I'm kind of cynical in that. Like, I feel like they're talking behind the scenes anyway. So this whole that like never the twain shall meet thing is kind of like it's kind of a show. I don't know.
I've got
the last 8 years of politics has fucking destroyed me.
I understand.
So yeah, I think have we addressed all the chat questions? or the chat
Porcelain
comments?
said something recently, I believe. I don't know if it was a question for you or me though, but
Mm.
oh. I don't think she had a specific question. If you do have a question, spit it out real quick, please. Porcelain or anybody else. I'll check quick Twitch and Kick Chat too. There was something in Twitch chat, but I don't think it was like they're talking about
Sure.
accelerationism being bad, but like I don't know what that had to do specifically what we were talking about. Maybe it was like a way earlier point.
Yeah, it might have been when we were talking about the election.
Yeah. No, before then. This is.
Sorry, that when we were talking about Destiny and his comments.
Oh, right.
Do you think?
It probably was related to that.
Yeah.
I don't support accelerationism. I support American liberal democracy, baby. That's what I support.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we're gonna like a lot. Some people are like, oh, revolution, tear it all down. Like, I don't think we're gonna be able to do that. Like, unless everyone was on board with like, or at least the vast majority of the U.S. was on board with what kind of system we wanted to build back up. That's only going to end in disaster.
I agree.
So I think we're
Violence is
kind
bad.
of stuck on
Revolution, not a good idea. We have an imperfect democracy right now. I think we should work within the system to try and make it perfect. Or not
we need
perfect,
to fight
right?
against.
Not possible,
We need to
but we
fight
should make
against the people who are trying to tear the system down and make it not work no more.
Yes, true, correct, absolutely. All right, well, hey, Mist, anything else you want to talk about?
Quick, what did you think of the underlying themes of the Barbie movie? I think so. That's a good question.
That is a
It's
good
actually
question.
been.
I saw it.
It's
I saw it. I saw it a couple months ago.
Mm.
I can give an answer first if you want.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I saw the Barbie movie. I didn't like hate it. I guess like I wouldn't say it was like the greatest movie of all time. I think they were very overt with the politics, which is fine. It's your movie.
Mhm.
You can do whatever you want with it. Though, um, it is a little bit weird that it's a little bit so overt with the politics. I don't know if that's like good because like so two things, right? One of which
Sure.
is like the female empowerment stuff, which I think is fine. I'm okay with that. That's but I think that they also kind of took that into like a wow, look at how patriarchal the real world is compared to like compared to the
Mhm.
fictional world, compared to the Barbie world, Barbie land, right? And I don't like I don't know. I think that like juxtaposing it in that way is like not really accurate to like how the world
Sure.
actually is in real life.
I mean, I think there
But
was a line in that movie that I think really sums it up,
yeah,
at least in my view. Is the when Ken was asking the guy if if men really do run the world, and he was like, "Yeah, we low key do, but we're getting better at hiding it now."
yeah, I remember this. Yes, I knew you were going to say that. Too. I figured it was going to be that line when you said. Yeah.
Well, at least I'm consistent.
Well, but then also too like fuck. I remember it was Ben Shapiro said this. I don't know if it's true or not. So I
Mhm.
think he said that the his Barbie take was went viral. Let's just say, but I think he said that like the real life board of Mattel actually does have like multiple women on it. So like portraying the board as all male in the movie was weird.
I don't know if
Let's look it
that's
up.
true,
Mattel
but
Board of Directors. Let's just look it up. We'll verify.
sure. live fact checking.
Yeah. There's
Um,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 women on the board. Okay. I'm
hmm.
gonna link it too, so you guys all. I just put it up on screen too.
I think it might have been. I think it might have been more of a commentary on like the higher ups of corporate America in general.
I understand that too, but
Because I feel like Mattel, yeah, of course. There's fucking Barbie. They're gonna have women on the board, but like most other corporations, women are underrepresented in the upper echelons
sure,
of
yeah, I agree.
the C-suite.
Yeah, and now to be fair too, like maybe this is the board in 2024. When the movie was filmed, maybe it wasn't this diverse, but like it
Sure.
probably wasn't zero.
So did Ben Shapiro say this before or after he burned
It might not have been
Barbie?
Ben Shapiro. It might have been somebody else. I don't
Okay.
recall. I thought it was Ben, but I don't. Anyway,
I don't know what, like, a lot of these conservatives are just like burning shit and like shooting cans of Bud Light, and it's just like,
hey,
you bought those. Those are your property.
yeah. If they want to destroy their property, that's perfectly fine. They can't do. Anybody can, as long as they're not like doing it in a way that's gonna like have the bullet go through the can and hit somebody else and kill them or something, right?
Yeah,
But
but it's so performative, and it's mostly symbolic, but it's just so performative. Like, they're not actually doing anything, right? They're
I mean, they're
not.
signaling to voters.
I guess they're
Right?
like,
or to viewers for YouTube for Ben's case, I guess, right?
the
But
hope is that others will see it and be like, I don't want to buy that anymore, and then not buy it, and that'll be the boycott. But it's just like, in a vacuum, it's just very silly looking. Like, I don't know if you watched H Bomber Guy's video on woke brands, but like,
I have not. I watched the plagiarism one though.
yeah, it's a very good one. I'd recommend watching the woke brands one, because he does seem to he does make fun of conservative people doing it, but he comes at it as from a more nuanced take, I think. because he at the end he's like, watch out for for other companies trying to get progressives to give a big reaction to.
Now, one thing too, I want to say about the Barbie movie, and I want to get your take on the Barbie movie. But
Oh goodness!
I want to say
Wait, did
this.
I not give my take?
Well, you did. You responded to mine,
Oh,
but
okay.
I don't know if you had
Oh,
more
sorry.
to say. But I want to say too that they opened the movie with the Barbie Land Supreme Court. Oh, two more things I got to say about it. Actually, shoot,
Sure.
a lot of thoughts on this film. So they open it with the Barbie Land Supreme Court ruling against ruling that against Citizens United, basically, right?
Yeah.
But one that's like super overtly political,
Mhm.
and two, like I don't know all the details about Citizens United. I used to be like very strongly against it when I was younger. I haven't. I should probably read them at some point on stream. Would be good research to do. But from my
Sure.
perception now, I think that the Supreme Court came to the right decision.
Do
Because
you think so?
well, it was about a movie, right? It was about a super PAC basically making a movie criticizing Hillary Clinton, which like
Uh-huh.
I think they should be allowed to do that. It's freedom of speech.
Like pour infinite amounts of money into like a movie.
Yeah.
What's different between that and pouring like a bunch of money into advertisements?
I think they should be allowed to do that too, probably.
Really?
As long as they don't like directly endorse any candidate, yeah.
Wait.
And maybe even
As long
then,
as they
I'd have to
don't-
think about it more. But
As long as they don't endorse a candidate?
or I don't know, maybe even if they do, I'd have to do. This could be like a 4-hour discussion. Maybe we should circle back after we both read the opinions and the dissents.
Sure. Why not?
All right. And then two, also at the end of the movie, the Kens ask for equality, and the Barbies basically say no, you can have some lower court positions, which I think that's like a bad message to send. Like right? Like what the fuck?
So I mean, so in the fiction of the movie, the Kens are fucking idiots. Like,
Well, they both are, right? The Barbies get duped by the Kens, right? And then the Kens get duped by the Barbies. But like they're
I'm talking more about like competency in like the jobs that they're doing, because like they're not incompetent at their jobs. Their little jobs they have. They're
beach is my job. That's pretty. That line was pretty funny, I have to say. The whole beach thing,
yeah.
where it's like, oh, I don't even have a
did love
job.
that.
It's like I'm not surfer kid. I'm not lifeguard kid. I'm beach kid.
Yeah. It's my job. I'm just beach. God. I mean, look, I can see why someone might think, well, someone would come away from that movie thinking that like, they're putting across a message that like men shouldn't have you shouldn't have rights. I think that's perfectly fair. I think they kind of went pretty hard on men in there. Do you remember the way they were distracting the Kens by like asking them like to explain the Godfather to them, or how to
that was funny
fix
too.
them, and
Okay.
yeah.
But it's trafficking in stereotypes. But at the
Mhm.
same time, it was genuinely funny.
Yeah.
It's totally cool. I have no issue whatsoever.
Sure.
It's a joke. It's a joke. I'm totally cool with that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it was a fun movie. I liked it. I don't know if I would specifically endorse the political messaging on its face. I believe men should have equal rights in society, and I don't support like relegating them to the lower court. Although I do believe if we are having true equality, like there are going to be some times where the Supreme Court will be all women, and sometimes when the Supreme Court will be all men. You
If
know?
we're living in like a hypothetical world, like
Yeah,
it could be
if
the
we're
case
looking
that
at yeah,
you run the simulation 10,000 times with pure equality, and like
sure.
some of the times it's going to come up with just random by random chance. Though I God, I'm going to sound like a fucking woke progressive DEI person for a second here. I think that if you're at least like in the world, I don't know, like I feel like if the pure equality just randomly happened to result in like 9 Supreme Judges, well, there might need to be more than 9 Supreme Court justices. Like ideal, like maybe just be like 21, and we could have like a
I am
neutral process to create this. But whatever, whole different thing. Anyway, let's say that the 9 Supreme Judges all happen to just be men or women. Um, and that's like a fair process led to that outcome. Like I'm like not quote unquote against that. I think that's probably fine. But I do
yeah,
think that there might be perspectives that might be missed by
yeah.
not having that diversity there, because
I
there
think
might not be
yeah,
a
I think
diversity of
that's
thought. Now it could be right. It could be that you have like a diversity of thought, but maybe the I'm not sure a panel of all men or a panel of all women is going to have diversity of thought in the same way that maybe it should.
yeah. Yeah. I think there's some wisdom in that, making sure that there's a diversity of if not opinion, but at the very least um background uh in the Supreme Court and all in all the highest decision making offices in the government.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there's a lot of value in that, in pluralism.
Well, welcome to the woke DAI left, then.
Based. All right. So, is there anything else you want to talk about?
I think I'm done. I think I'm gonna have an edible and try and forget the current state of the world.
That sounds like a pretty based idea. I might just. Well, I'm not gonna do an edible because I'm not gonna. Yeah, I don't want to
Are
stay up.
you in
I don't want
a
to stay up till 4 a.m.
where are you in a state where it's legal?
I am. I'm a Missourian, baby.
Awesome.
We voted.
Ah,
We
yeah,
voted in a
baby.
referendum for legal weed, and we passed it.
Hell yeah. Based. Fucking
Yeah,
based.
exactly. It is fucking based. All right. Well, hey, thank you for coming on. Thank you for sharing your
Of
perspective.
course.
And
Thank you for having me.
when you finish with all of the book answers, the text answers, send those to me.
Sure.
This video interview will also be in the book as well. So
Awesome. I can't wait to not read my stupid opinions in book form. I'll see if I can read the rest of it though.
all right.